I got a joke for you, Bonte.
So I was talking to Spadoni in there. Talking about Spadoni. You probably go through this Shasky at times. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus, but, you know, sometimes women can be like a box of chocolates. You just never know what you're going to get on a day-to-day basis. Just never know. It's bothering me.
Hey, look, I know there's been a lot written, a lot content created, if you will, whether it's books, movies, pop culture. I truly believe we're different species. No, I do.
I was going to go there. But sometimes you just never know what you're going to get. You just never know.
It's that, you know, I just...
Don't even go there. Hey, good morning to everybody out there. Sorry, I set a bad tone to the show.
You know,
I set a bad tone to the show,
I'll set the tone here. So yesterday...
I'm sorry.
Yesterday...
I'm sorry.
Just had a really good couple years.
Not necessarily. Yesterday, I had a speaking engagement where I went over to University High School here in San Francisco.
That's what the streets told me.
And Paul Goodfield, which is down in Presidio, they had this beautiful sports awards ceremony. And I was lucky enough and very grateful to be one of the MCs out there. And
one of the MCs?
Well, they picked me to be the MC. All right.
I said, you said one of the MCs.
My bad.
Was there other guys?
I didn't mean to be so flippant about it. But, you know, I was making small jokes, and I'm looking into the crowd of these, just all these kids. I mean, these kids are brilliantly successful. It's you can open social media, especially in the last 24 hours, and feel like the world is burning down on both sides, even though the majority of us are like somewhere in the middle, and we don't think so crazy on
where are you going,
far
Joe?
right, far left.
Where are you going, Joe?
The youth is just going to be fine. They are so much more talented than we ever were. Yes, there are some flaws. You know, they play World of Warcraft and COD way too much and TikTok. But these kids are talented.
This is my fault.
Here's my point, though. Fault. I looked into the crowd. I go, none of you are beaten down by marriage yet. Look at how happy and how much life is in the face of all of these kids. And then I look into the face of a married man, Spadoni, man like you, Bonte, who's going to be married very shortly, even though you've been together for quite some time.
We are
and there's
married,
just
basically.
A weathered look. You look like you've been through multiple decades of presidency.
Oh, my gosh.
I probably shouldn't say presidency, given everything that's going on.
Yeah.
Tremendous presidency. But women.
I don't know where to go with that. Did you see Randy Basello? Was he there?
Coach Randy? Coach? So it's funny. He was, going on and on and on about one of the players on his team,
right?
And just the incredible athletes that they have. They had the Division III Player of the Year. This girl Gabriella,
great basketball program.
Yeah, and Randy's going on and on and on about Reardon, and they beat Sacred Heart, and they beat Reardon.
He always
does.
He flexes.
And I go, hey, bro, I went to Reardon. I played at Reardon, bro. Don't be talking about that. I'm not feeling that. So some people were all laughing, and then he pulls me to the side, and he's like, hey, I really appreciate you being out here, but more importantly, would you please tell your partner, Bonte Hill, and this is, kind of closing the loop from yesterday. He came out and covered us when no one would. And we have had a successful run of sports here. Yeah. And most of us that grew up in the city, if you're in your, let's say, late 30s to early 40s into the 50s, university, high school being a sports powerhouse is something, but it's something that you're like, no, they are. And he was saying that one of the people that helped push this forward is you, B, going and covering it at a time when no one would cover it. And so, I just want to say on behalf of everyone at university, they're very appreciative of all the stuff that you did as an up-and-coming sports journalist to cover them. And Randy had nothing but really nice things to say. And honestly, man, I was sitting there, I was like, yeah, I know. And he takes great pride. I'm talking about Bonte. Takes great pride in telling people that's how he came up.
Well, I got to say, Randy, I think he's mad at me because I'm always wearing the Stuart Hall hoodie. Shout out to Coach Charlie. But I always said this for many, many years. Out of all the leagues I covered, especially when it came to basketball, the Bay Counties League West was by far my favorite league to cover. Now, I love the AAA. That's where I come from, the Academic Athletic Association, Public School District here in San Francisco. I love covering those schools, giving them love. Mission, Washington, Thurgood Marshall, Lowell, Lincoln, the Galileo, the rest of them. I love the WCAL. It was different. You could tell it was big time when SI Reardon and Sacred Heart. But those small schools, University, Lick Wilmerding, Stuart Hall, Urban, where my boy Joe Skiffer, SI legend, coaches up there, he's the AD. they played a brand of basketball that was so appeasing. It was up and down, fast pace, good passing, great shooting. And when they were rising, when Randy had University rising, he scheduled everybody. Sacred Heart.
Yeah.
He scheduled Reardon. He scheduled Thurgood Marshall. I mean, Noah Springwater, who played there, one of his first premier players, he ended up going to Columbia to play and I'd probably be out there doing business or something anyway. But they played Oakland High with Jabari Brown.
Yeah.
I mean, they played Coach Watkins, who we've had on. They went to University and played a game. He had Oakland High School in Pack Heights playing a game at University High School. Coach Randy was scheduling everybody. I used to call him the Duke of High School because they reminded me so much of Duke. The Red Devils, the way they played up and down, they were pressed, they were playing fast-paced. And I remember they went to Reardon to beat up on Coach Buck and Reardon, and Noah Springwater hit like this half-court shot at halftime, and he could do no wrong. And for a long time in our website, Sanford Preps, shout out to Jeremy Balin, I would always vote University as the top team in the city. And that was with SI having Stephen Domingo and Trevor Dunbar. That was with Reardon. That was with Sacred Heart having Taylor Johns and Joshua Fox. So, yeah, University, I mean, they showed me so much love when I was covering them. Lick Remedy showed me so much love, covered a lot of their championships, a lot of their playoff games. Coach Randy always had a good program. He always is good to the City College in San Francisco. Chris White, remember Christopher White used to come in and get sandwiches from you, played at City College. He brought Chris White from Chicago and helped him out and would have him as a cameraman for his high school games. So, no, a lot of love for University. I think Derek Lau was up there, City College coach, women's basketball coach. He was texting me during. He was like, "Boy, where are you at?" I was like, "No, come on. They can't afford me at University no more." I'm kidding. They have a lot of money.
Well, it's
they
just
have a lot of money, Spinoni.
You and I are very blessed with this opportunity to be on this platform, and it's not something that either of us takes lightly. We're very grateful for it, and we do these things on Fridays, the shout outs. I don't think we do enough, and I want to do more of highlighting the positivity that's out there at the lower levels, the good that people are doing.
Yeah.
There was a young man from University who was very sick and came back from a very close to life-threatening situation in Ronan, and he came back to baseball. He threw a no-hitter, and we referenced it, and I read it, and my buddy Chris sent me the text, and I ran into the family, and to see the mom and dad.
Yeah.
They were emotional, you know what I mean? And it meant everything. The mom was like, "I have to give you a hug. You don't understand how much that meant to me." And I was like, "Damn, man!" It stopped me in my tracks. And I just wanted to tell everybody that listens every day, pro sports is great, and I love pro sports, and I'm maniacally obsessed with it. I'm more maniacally obsessed with making our community better, period, and highlighting anyone who's doing anything good in our community. And on a day where we're all mourning Drew Gordon, who's a local guy. Passing, and I remember watching him play, and I remember watching him from afar. The brother of Aaron Gordon. Those that haven't paid attention, it's extremely sad. A Midi legend, San Jose High School. A WCAL guy was awesome. I mean, I remember
it shook me up last night when that report came in, and Mark Spears had to tweet first. I saw Shams' first, but I think Mark Spears was on it first. Pardon me. That one really shakes me up. Drew Gordon. Because I got to know Aaron a little bit. I'm not saying on a level, but covering Aaron in high school and watching him go to the Pro-Am, and his brother would come to the Pro-Am. And I had a lot of conversations with Mr. Gordon, their father, whether it was games at SI, whether it's at the MGM Grand after Arizona lost the Pac-12 championship to UCLA. Oh, Mr. Gordon, what's up, man? Yeah. He goes, hell, we did our job. To the league we go. When he was talking about Aaron, and Drew had a cup of coffee in the league, and I know how close Aaron was to his big bro. He loved his big bro, loved him. And I know how tight-knit that family is, as Aaron Gordon built this warehouse in Denver to just live and play basketball. His brother was always there. Mike Singer, formerly of the Denver Post, who we've had on before, was saying that Drew Gordon's always at the games. And I know how his younger sister is there all the time. That's a tight-knit family. I feel so bad for Aaron. I feel so bad for the two kids who are going to be without their father for the rest of their life. I feel bad for the wife who's going to be without their father and is going to need help from Uncle Aaron and from Grandpa Gordon and from Mama Gordon. And I just, it's good to see the community, come out and show their respects for Midi High School and Drew Gordon. But things like that, man, it just tells you that life is so short. He's 33 years old. And so when you cover these kids and, the thing about University, which you said there, is those kids are now grown-ups, right? The kids are not covered.
That is the future.
They're the future.
It is, and I know
a lot of these kids,
we say it, but it's the truth.
They're the future. And a lot of these kids that I covered a decade ago, 12 years ago, I still see him to this day. He's like, Bonte, what's up, man?
Yeah.
And they're like, and we just chop it up like Taz, for example. He's running the Bay Gators Pop Warner team. He was at Lincoln High School playing football, covered him. And to this day, he stops by the K-House. What's up, Bonte, man? We just chop it up. And, Coach Ferrigno, when he calls, those days, I think about those days every day because it was not about the money.
Yes.
It was about showing the community love, showing San Francisco high school sports love. And I remember I went over to Prep after Jeremy left and San Fran Press basically dissipated. And Prep to Prep sold me on, we're going to cover the city. We want you to be our city guy. And then we get into working for Prep to Prep. They're sending me the South Bay stuff. And I was like, nah, that wasn't the deal. The deal was to highlight the city. And once I knew they were fraudulent about that, I said, to hell with this site. I'm not going to do it because my community needs something.
Yeah.
Covering the mission high schools and showing the positivity. Because every time you heard about the public leagues or you cover the city, they don't have a lot of players. They don't have a lot of athletes. Well, let's highlight the athletes we do have.
Totally agree.
Adam at SF is a Stuart Hall guy. Carter.
Yeah.
That was one of the first coverages. Frank Duncan, Stuart Hall, played university.
I think where I'm going with this, and I hate saying rest in peace to Drew Gordon and saying, but condolences from our community to that entire family and that community of people passed away in a car accident yesterday. It's horrific.
Portland, Oregon.
It's absolutely horrific. And I guess where I'm going at is that I know shout outs we do on Fridays, but I want our 95.7 The Game Morning Roast community to know that I want to shout out people doing good every day. If that's out there, don't hesitate to reach out to us and let us know the good that's happening out there. I don't like opening up social media and seeing some of the horrific things that we see when it comes to the negativity about our community. We need to uplift ourselves and kind of put blinders on to some of the, not that we're naive, but stop highlighting the negative and start elevating the positive. And that's what I really want to do. And whether it's the young athletes or it's people doing good in the community, we need to bring that to the forefront. I mean, we just have to. And so
you got to have people who are deep rooted here.
No doubt. No doubt, B. It's a great point.
You got to have people who are, you just can't ask somebody who's not from this market or not close to the city sports or close to the city community or never lived in the city to highlight the city because they don't know the city. They didn't grow up here, the fabric of the city. They don't have that soul of the city inside there. And it's, you only know if you're deep rooted here. You only know if you were born here. It's the same thing with Oakland. And that's why it's not just San Francisco. I want to make sure that we make this clear. It's not just highlighting San Francisco and the community of San Francisco. It's highlighting Oakland. It's highlighting Pinole. It's highlighting San Mateo. It's highlighting Marin, Novato, San Rafael, Kentfield, Tampa, Mill Valley, San Jose, Burlingame. It's the entire community. It's embracing the entire Bay Area for what it is because the Bay Area for so long has been overlooked. And during that time, I was covering high school sports. Langston Morris Walker is now working with Adidas and working closely with James Harden and Anthony Edwards, and I've gotten to meet him over the years. He was at Berkeley High. And that time of high school sports, it was a hotbed. You had the Brandon Ashleys, you had the Jabari Browns, you had the Langston Morris Walkers, you had Taylor Johns, Josh and Fox at Sacred Heart, you had Domingo at SI, Trevor Dunbar, you had all these guys coming up North Springwater University, Frank Duncan, Stuart Hall, who played baseball at the University of Kansas. You had a lot of things going on, and I'm thankful that at that time we helped cover high school sports. But I don't see, I see a little drop off, and it does disappoint me a decade later that we still hesitate to cover the city schools or the peninsula schools, and it's all. And look, I love De La Salle. My nephew goes there. He just broke the school record for the best time in a 100-meter dash. Came in fourth place in a state meet this past Saturday. I'm proud of Jaden Jefferson, but we got to stop just covering De La Salle. We got to stop just covering Monte Vista or Granada. I love those schools getting all the love, but we got to give everybody love. Man.
I just think that, there's been so much on, the national level about the Bay Area and families leaving and everyone's out and they're out the door and San Francisco is Gotham City. And look, again, I'm not naive to the negativity that we have. Every major city has negative, but I stood on a field that I remember 25 years ago was a mud pie field, all right? That field in the Presidio, Paul Goodfield currently, was a muddy mess, all right? And it had mosquitoes everywhere, and I never could have envisioned what University put there with the turf and having the lacrosse field, soccer field, it's a multi-purpose field, with a softball diamond and a baseball diamond, overlooking the Golden Gate Bridge. with not a fog in the sky, not a cloud in the sky. And there were so many amazing San Francisco Bay Area families with some amazing kids. I said, damn, where are we highlighting this? Why are we not highlighting this more? And so, again, like I was getting, in my emotions last night, seeing all the stuff about Drew Gordon, and I felt for that entire family. And I said to myself, like, I really want to make it an effort moving forward. Yes, we're going to harp on Brock Purdy's interception in the fourth quarter, or, Jorge Soler's batting average, or can Steph Curry get a second score? Like, those things are great, and we all love those things. But it is also really important to me that we elevate the good that's happening in our community, because damn it, we got one platform and one life, and I'm going to live it to the best I can, and I'm going to try to bring other people up that are doing good, that deserve the spotlight.
Well said. We'll get to Jeff in San Jose in just a second. Jeff in San Jose, just think about Drew Gordon, man. UCLA, Midi High School, played with Colin Shiverton, who I got to know very, very well.
Great ball player.
At City College in San Francisco. Colin Shiverton to this day still hits me up all the time. He's always, Shiverton, he really touched me a few months ago when he thanked me and my boy Travis, who used to run what's the website on YouTube? How am I forgetting it? My boy Trav. Oh, Yair's Finest. Yair's Finest mixtapes. And Travis and George, Jason, they did what they could to uplift the Bay Area basketball scene. And Travis was great, but then, Colin Shiverton and Fred Sturdivant at City, they still thank me to this day. If it wasn't for you and Travis, we wouldn't have got the coverage of City College the way we did.
Yeah.
Whether it was video, whether it was you on the mic, whether it was you writing articles. And Colin Shiverton on his day, City Win State is on the cover of the San Francisco Examiner the week of March Madness. And I saw him posted last night about Drew Gordon because they were teammates at Midi, winning 3 straight North Coast Section championships, 3 straight WCAL league titles. And so it sucks. I mean, I think about Aaron, and it was funny because I started seeing a lot of Aaron Gordon stuff earlier today. League fits, highlight tapes on the Denver Nuggets page, going in for dunks. I'm like, man, Aaron Gordon really made himself into a very, very valuable NBA player, which doesn't surprise me because he was 18 years old, going mano-a-mano at the SF Pro-Am against grown-ass men. So you kind of knew he had the goods. I remember he went 1 for 12 or 1 for 13 in SI from the free throw line in the game I covered. I was like, man, he cannot shoot whatsoever. Didn't matter. Arizona was on the court. Sean Miller on the court talking to Aaron Gordon. I guess he was sick that day, but they were like, we watch you so bad. And every school would just be that would be the fun watch. There's Arizona, there's UCLA, there's North Carolina.
I like going to City College. I remember when Mike Montgomery came to scout out.
Parker.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sitting there all alone by himself in the front row. And me and my brother were like, 15 rows behind him. Well, and my brother's like, he was a terrible Warrior coach.
Well, that was at the game where Fred Sturdivant had that dunk, the alley-oop from D.A. Parker.
That was every game for that team.
Well, no, this game. Because I was like, oh my, I think I may have said on the microphone, oh my God. D.A. throws an alley-oop to Fred Sturdivant. Fred Sturdivant ends up going to Texas Southern. D.A. Parker, of course, ends up going to UCLA for a second. Then he transferred to USF and then down to San Diego. It's like modeling now. Shout out to D.A. Parker. Throws an alley-oop, and it was too high. Fred's elbow was at the top of the box on the backboard. And he dunks it. And I saw 2 kids after watching the video over. There's 2 dudes in the stands who runs right through Montgomery and runs out of the gym because they couldn't believe it. And the place was buzzing for a couple possessions. And Mike Montgomery the whole time just has his arms crossed like, yeah, I've seen that before. Yeah, I've seen that before. Yeah, I've seen that. It was just, that team was so fun. Colin, Jonathan Williams, triple-double. He almost dropped a triple-double in the state championship game against Citrus.
Great guy.
Yohan Zola, who hit big free throws down the stretch in the championship game. Daryl Cooper, my boy Coop, playing point guard. Yvonne Dorsey, our boy Vaughn Dorsey.
Grew up in the neighborhood,
yeah, Reardon legend. Yeah. He was on that team.
He had a dad played for the Colts.
Yeah, maybe.
I think that's what it was.
Oh, we got a break already? All right. We'll get to Jeff and San Jose on the other side. We'll get to pro sports here, but shout out to Drew Gordon. Shout out to everybody out there graduating, university, everything like that. That is home, man. I remember it like it was yesterday, covering those games in that little small packed gym with the roof leaking, and I saw some of the best basketball played in the city history at the high school level. So shout out to Bay County's League West. They don't get enough love there. All right, more coming up here, brought to you by the Alameda County Probation Department.
Want a career with purpose, great pay, outstanding benefits, and a promising future? The Alameda County Probation Department is seeking.
YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open at First NorCal. First class money market today. And shout out to the Xfinity Mobile text line. We also have some good news here coming up on Monday, June 3rd. Monday, June 3rd. Be sure to be tuned in to 95.7 The Game, which you should be tuned into every day. What else are you listening to? Music? Really? Really listen to another sports station? Come on now. Starting on Monday, June 3rd, you get a chance to win a great gift for Dad this Father's Day. Maybe I'll rig it to have somebody qualify for myself so I can get this jersey. It's an autographed Steph Curry jersey. I need one of those in my life. Come on. Who's going to rig it for me? Make sure I go home away from this. Hey, Dad, make sure you call 7:30 Monday. That's the first of 3 chances to qualify. You get 3 chances to qualify each day starting on Monday, June 3rd. June 3rd, 7:30, 12:30, and 4:30. So write those times down, and you will win, or possibly win, a Steph Curry autographed jersey. So hopefully I will rig it for somebody out there. Somebody can rig it for me so I can get this gift away or maybe sell it, try to pay a bill. Let's go to the lines. Jeff in San Jose. Jeff, what's happening, man? You're on the roast. Good morning to you, Jeff.
What's going on, guys? Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Gotcha.
No, first and foremost, I just want to say thank you guys for giving condolences to the Golden family because a couple of years ago when they're in the playoffs or whatever we were playing them, I actually gave a shout out to Aaron Gordon on a Friday shout out, and I just it really hit home last night. I grew up with the guy, and just listening to you guys because you guys are great guys. The radio station is great, but you guys being able to sit back and give condolences when it's needed. I played with Drew about sixth grade, 7th grade, 8th grade. We won a couple of championships together. I used to play with him and Aaron in the backyard. Wow. They're dunking on me and everything, and so it just me and all my friends from middle school were texting each other last night because it was just insane. I literally sat there for like 5 minutes and cried, and it just really hit home. But the guy that there's the basketball moments and everything that we had, but just the guy in general, he was a great guy, and everyone remembers him by his brother Aaron and everything. But it just really hit home, and I appreciate you guys doing your condolences and everything, and
no doubt,
I appreciate it.
No doubt, shout out to Aaron, and he looked up to Drew so much. Drew is a pioneer. A Bay Area guy getting a scholarship to UCLA. Now, he ended up going to New Mexico State and playing for the Lobos, transferring out. But knowing how close that family is, every time Aaron Gordon plays at Oracle Arena, or Chase Center, or Oracle, his family's always there repping. His sister's always repping. Drew's always in Denver. It's just, life is so short, man. And I was thinking about that yesterday. That's where my head went to. I was like, man, I'm living every day with Chaz, and she's getting older and older and older. And I'm saying to myself, I had to take advantage of every moment I have with her.
So true.
And I get on my phone sometimes. I look at Instagram, I look at Twitter, and I let her get on the iPad for about 20 minutes so I can decompress and have a couple me moments, a couple minutes to myself. But we've been having so much fun together. Me picking her up from school. We were in Burlingame yesterday with the Barnes & Noble, got some ice cream. We're walking around, having just a great time. Because you just never know. You just never know. I didn't know. Drew Gordon's 33 years old, man. 33 years old. My life was just beginning as a 33-year-old.
Feel me?
It was just beginning. And so you just never know, Shasky. Like, you got little LJ, and every day gets magnified. It's like, I got to do what I got to do to make sure I'm on this earth for a very long time in support of my daughter and in support of my family to be there. So, whether it's health and watching your weight and what you're eating, working out, whatever you got to do, not texting and driving. Like, I give my phone to Chess. She'll cry about cartoons. I shouldn't let her watch cartoons in the car, but it keeps me off my phone.
Yeah.
So I can just lock in and drive and not text and drive or try to call and drive and be locked in. So shout out to the Gordons, man. I feel so bad for them. So bad.
Well, we all do, and you're talking about life being short. A guy that a lot of people knew here in the city who was a wrestling legend passed away this week. Third generation San Franciscan, and I want to read some of his thing here. A true son of the Sunset District, John Devine. He attended Reardon High School in 96, Skyline, Cal State Bakersfield, Menlo College. He's a Reardon Hall of Famer. He holds like almost every record in that weight room in the wrestling. Like, he is the Babe Ruth of Reardon wrestling, as we talk about the Yankees.
Yeah.
A JC All-American, stud NCAA D1 wrestler, amazing athlete, jiu-jitsu black belt, MMA fighter, and the guy fought at Kezar in MMA and won. It's like one of the coolest things that ever happened in the Sunset. He passed away this week. I've known Erin, his sister, a long time. I hadn't seen her in a long time, and I saw this come across my thing, and John was like a living legend and a gentle giant and a sport wrestling that in my family, the Schindlers, like my brother, like they love wrestling, you know, and like I said, John was the Babe Ruth of San Francisco Sunset Wrestling. This guy was larger than life, and he lost his life after a long, long battle. And my shout-outs and condolences more than anything, and prayers go out to his family, his kids, his wife, everybody. And we love you, John. You're literally one of the nicest men of all time.
Let's go to Mike in San Francisco. Mike, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, I'm sorry to call on such a... after such a tragedy. But when I turned on the radio, I heard you talking about San Fran Preps and Frank Duncan and, born and raised in the city. But what I would love to bring back, I with San Fran Prep and USF, we used to have X Level Sports on Treasure Island, and we sponsored, along with San Fran Prep, an all-star game at USF. It only
baseball game.
lasted 1 year.
Yeah, the baseball game.
Yeah, it only lasted exactly. It was meant to go on forever, but then San Fran Prep went away. But I work at the cable car barn. I would sponsor, just like we did before, the uniforms for this.
Right.
And I'm sure USF would redo it. I mean, we should take this opportunity to bring this back.
Mike, do you know I sung the 7th inning stretch for that All-Star game?
No, you didn't.
USF. I was
Like
singing, I let
Harry?
everybody, I let everybody at that US. It was so San Fran Press. We had the All-Star game at USF, Mike. Then we had the basketball All-Star game at St. Ignatius.
Was it before they redid the field, or was it?
It was before. This is like 2010, right, Mike? This is like 2009, 2010. It was a while ago.
It was. Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, man, cable car would be part of it. It could be the cable car classic.
I love that.
I love that.
I run that up, and we would pay for all the uniforms. We made them. I made the uniforms for that game. I had the uniforms for the next year.
I think I may still have that baseball uniform. I had an extra, but I remember the baseball game at USF. Jeremy did a great job as the editor-in-chief of that website. I was on the microphone doing an emceeing, and then we did take me out to the ball game. Then we did the same thing for the basketball game at St. Ignatius, where we had the All-Star game at St. Ignatius for the basketball teams. I think we did girls and boys, matter of fact, at St. Ignatius. So, man, Mike, stay on hold. Love me to get your number and your information. Maybe we'll make something happen in the future, because I like that idea. And we had it buzzing, but unfortunately, Jeremy had to live. He had a kid and a wife. It's expensive in the city.
Oh, man.
Trying to budget and pay people. And look, I was never making more than $30 an article on that site. I'm just doing it for the love of it and trying to get through school and trying to get my career going, but also just shed some life into the city. So when that site went away, George Borges helped us. George Borges, shout out to him, because he helped keep that site going as well. And I remember we were trying to keep it going once Jeremy left, and I was still in the midst of going to school. I had other ideas. I just didn't have the time to really lock in on that. And it's unfortunate, because I feel like the high school coverage here in the city just kind of went away for it. I don't see it as much. And I know Ethan Hassel tries to do he does a great job of covering high school sports, trying to give all the coverage. But man, we had a pop-up with San Fran Preps. It was a thing. We walk into the gym, whether it was Lincoln, whether it was Lowell, whether it was University, they knew, San Fran Preps is here. And the comment sections would be going crazy. The rankings. Every week we do the rankings for girls and boys. Every week we do athlete of the week. It was wild, man. It was a great time for the city, man. Great time.
Well, I think, and we're going to get into the Yankees coming to town, but like part of why I've always had like a, love-hate thing with the Yankees is because they have one of our greatest stars of all time who's a local kid in Joe DiMaggio. Even though I never watched him. I never saw him. But like when you think of Joe DiMaggio, who do you think of? You think of San Francisco and the Seals, Martinez, California, and you think of the Yankees.
Is Spinelli shaking his head?
What?
Because I'm shaking my head too.
Yankees. I don't think of anything.
See, it's etched in my brain that he's a San Franciscan.
Yeah,
it's etched in my brain.
You know what? I'm not going to lie. I'm a San Franciscan too. I think 56 when I think of Joe D.
Yeah, see, in the
I think
Excelsior.
56 game hitting streak.
In the
But no,
Excelsior,
that's just the first thing that pops up.
There's a mural like where
Right.
I used to play, and
I
it was a
remember.
mural to Joe DiMaggio on the wall
Yep,
at Excelsior
I remember.
Park. And so
I
that's
remember.
for me.
Yeah,
That's
no,
how I grew
remember.
up.
No, I hear you. No, and if you grew up in the city, we took pride in Joe D being from here. But when I started doing deep dives on Joe DiMaggio and the history of the game, it's like 56 game hitting streak. Maryland Monroe. I mean, this guy was everything. And now, yes, North Beach, the city,
He's an
Excelsior,
Italian.
Martinez. We're just at Copper Skillet. I'm wearing a hoodie right now. So that the J Copper Skillet. This hoodie's really, really nice. I really feel it. It's soft. The cotton's really good. Fits well. But I do think of Joe D, and I think of that 56 game hitting streak. I do. And then the old footage of him running through the banner, the 56.
It's the best.
It's the best, man. I know he's a city guy, and I'm a city guy, but I do think of 50. I'm not going to lie. The first thing I think of is 56 game hitting streak and how nobody can touch that.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
All right, we'll get into Yankees Giants. We got the Mavericks. Celtics Mavericks. Wow.
Oh my God!
Does that do something for you?
Does it do something for me? Hell yeah, it does. This is the best of them. It does nothing for you? Let me guess. No, it doesn't do
Well,
anything for
no.
you.
I thought it was a crummy way for that series to end last night, the way it did, considering all the yapping that Minnesota did. And I don't know. Nothing's worse. Like, they're down 33 at one point.
Yeah, I mean, it was bad. It was, and you're going to have one of those games in the series, and all the games were close before that. That was the first game the Mavericks had a lead going into the fourth quarter in the series. So Minnesota really kind of shot themselves in the foot with terrible execution down the stretch in the first 3 games of the series. But Kyrie, Luka, Boston Celtics, sign me up, man. I can't wait for next Thursday. All right. More coming up here on the roast. We'll get into baseball. We got some basketball stuff. Klay Thompson news. Got a lot going on here on a Friday. On the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. That's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises.
Save on quality protein.
What up? What up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to the Mourning motherfucking Rose with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Big Pun. Hopefully you're having a good Friday. As this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber. Ooh, I like that. Is that Marilyn Monroe? Who is that?
Are you serious?
Oh, this is Joe DiMaggio song. Yo. Oh, this is
You don't
so
even
good.
know the song?
This is good. No, I haven't heard it. And I don't obsess with the damn Yankees, Shasky. So I don't.
Joe DiMaggio.
Joe, I know the song. I mean, I haven't heard it in 30 years. Josh Early to join us at 8:30. I love this song. See, there's one thing about sports these days. We have lost creativity with nicknames.
Totally agree.
And with songs like this. We always had songs like San Diego, Superchargers. Like you always had little jingles and songs and everything like that. So, Joe, this is great.
The Miami Dolphins song.
Miami
back in
Dolphins
the
song.
70s.
I mean, you had all these jingles for all these teams. They were creative with it. The Bengals had a fight song I had no idea
USC.
about. USC, well, that's still going on. By the way, USC trying to run from LSU because they realized, oh, snap, we're playing in the Big Ten. Oh, snap, we got to travel across the country. Oh, snap, we got to play Michigan and Washington and all these big boys. Oh, snap, we're screwed. Pac-12, boy, I can't believe the Pac-12. This segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Can you play that again? I love that song, man. Joe. And when you go to Yankee Stadium, the new one, have you been to Yankee Stadium, Shasky?
Nope.
When you go there, and the new one is sterile. I never went to the old one. I heard the old one was better, although it was, it was a dump, but it was their dump. The new one, they've got all these classic photos.
Mm-hmm.
Right behind, it's like the first level, kind of behind the plate. You're there eating, got me some like cheese fries or something. And there's like a picture of Babe Ruth in this restaurant with the napkin on, handkerchief, and he's eating pasta. There's Joe D, there's Mickey Mantle. It's all these classic photos of the New York Yankees. I'm like, all right, that's cool. That's cool. That is dope. Joe, the Yankee Clipper.
So it's interesting. You and I were having this conversation yesterday. And keep that there. I like the music going.
I do like that music.
I mean, I love it. And maybe I'm just a product stuck in the past. I'll freely admit it on the front end. Maybe I'm just old and I am not current and I'm not where I'm at.
You're a white guy?
Well, I look at like the New England Patriots and they're like what we would consider like not an upstart, but they're a dynasty for the last 20, 25 years. But like now that they've lost Brady and they've lost Belichick, man, they've lost a lot of their luster. And I don't know if they have staying power. The Boston Celtics is a team that you always reference, and you're like, they've only won one championship since what, 1987?
1986.
86, okay? But they're still the Boston Celtics, right? They still have that cachet, I believe. Now, it might be diminished from where it was, say, mid-90s.
It's still a worldwide brand.
Exactly.
And it helps when you've been knocking on the door playing in the late May and early June. They've been to a lot of conference finals. How many conference finals has Jason Tatum played in already? Like 4 or 5? Feels like he's grown up in the playoffs.
They've been very successful.
Yep.
I look at the Warriors currently. Like, the Warriors are one of the biggest brands in sports.
76ers song is good. 76ers. Yeah, that's good. Sorry,
I don't know that one. I'm going to have to
that's
that
a
one.
good one.
But like the Warriors brand right now, like it's as big as maybe not as big as it was 2 years ago, but it's as big as it's ever been. And we'll see. Like, is it sustainable? Does it have lasting power? I don't know. I just know this. When I think of the New York Yankees, there's the sports excellence, the 27 titles, the 40 pennants, like all of that is absolutely incredible. And the brand is associated with excellence in winning and quality, right?
Yeah.
But it also crossed over into representing America and New York. When you go overseas and when you think of just the New York Yankee logo, I think of the hat, and people could be in Africa or they can be in Asia or they can be anywhere in the world and someone's rocking the Yankee hat, right? I think of the tourists in other countries wearing Yankee gear because of the association with America, with New York, and it's just, I don't know, man. The Yankee thing still feels giant to me.
Well, I've been to Europe, Shasky. I know you don't travel outside the Bay Area. I didn't see many Yankee hats outside the Bay Area. A lot of soccer jerseys. A lot of basketball
that's
jerseys.
obvious.
A lot of basketball jerseys. Basketball, obviously under David Stern has become this worldwide sport. And when we talk about brands, is the Yankee brand still strong? Absolutely. But is it as big as it once was? Like, these Yankees are in town right now, and I'm going to the game tonight, my first game of the season. I'm looking forward to watching Judge and Soto and Stanton. Judge hit a home run last night. Yankees beat the Angels 8-3. They're one of the best teams in baseball. But I don't know how strong that brand is right now. I just don't. It doesn't hit me the same. And I know why it doesn't hit me the same. They don't have the outspoken owner in George Steinbrenner, who's a bit of a narcissist. Fighting that out, watching the Bronx Zoo on Peacock. But you don't have the outspoken owner. Your manager, Aaron Boone is, he's a firecracker. But their superstars are not as outgoing as they once was. Like, Jeter was in your face. It felt like it. Jeter cameras
I thought Jeter was understated.
Well, he was understated, but not on the field. Not on the field, his game was loud. And he just felt like he was always in the news. It felt like he was always in the news.
Because of his dating?
You could sell him. Dating, GQ, the looks, all that stuff.
Because I always thought he was overshadowed at that time by Nomar, by A-Rod, by other players in the game. I never thought that he necessarily was like front and center, but in the tabloids he was.
I felt like once he got the championship, he was there and everybody else was looking up to him. Whether you thought he was the best shortstop or had the best ability, that's one thing. But once you start winning championships, you get catapulted to another level. It is what it is. And I thought he had that. I don't know where I'm at with the Yankee brand right now. And I think ESPN, I'm not going to blame you. I guess I am going to blame ESPN for this. But when they threw all those Red Sox Yankee games on all the time, it lost a little bit of luster. The games went on for 4.5 hours. We always saw it. And it was like, okay, we get it. It's a great rivalry. But the games are always high scoring. They took all day. And it was like, all right, enough's enough. Can we highlight other rivalries? We just felt it was like the Yankees, Red Sox, and everybody else. And I think it watered down. Everybody got Yankee fatigue for a long, long time. And now that they're trying to make their comeback and trying to be good here, I don't know how I feel about the Yankees. I don't think, America when I think Yankees. You know what I'm saying?
You don't?
No, I don't.
So then what's the brand that you think of America then? When you think of like sports brands? Sports
brands, when I think of America, I think Lakers. I think maybe Celtics. I think Jordan and the Bulls, even though they're not a big dynasty.
Lakers in the mix, absolutely.
The Cowboys.
Absolutely.
But I don't think Yankees right now because of the lack of love for baseball. Baseball's trying to come back up. We got to remember, baseball died. A lot of young folks are not,
I think you're too stuck on where it's at in terms of America. I'm talking about the hat. What the hat symbolizes.
The hat doesn't symbolize America.
Every rapper wears the hat.
It looks like New York. It looks just a New York hat. People in New York wear the hat.
I think it's the symbolism of people coming to America and
I don't think
Ellis Island and trying to embrace the culture. Like, that's what I think of. I think of Indiana Jones. Again, I might be stuck in the 80s here, but I think of what that hat represents and what that logo represents. I think it's bigger than the actual sports pecking order of how much they've won currently. I think
it represents New York. I don't see that hat. I never growing up and seeing all the rappers wear the hat from New York, Jay-Z, Biggie, all these guys wearing the hat from New York or whatnot. The New York hat is a New York hat. I never thought growing up that NY symbol, that Yankee symbol, that's America. I never believed that once. I never even got that. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just too stuck in the weeds on anything else. I just never thought, wow, America,
in
Yankee
the sports lexicon, Babe Ruth is one of the biggest sports icons ever.
Okay.
Right? Like American, we're talking 100 years ago, but American hero, correct?
I don't know if he's a hero, but
at that time he was.
At time, sure. At that time he was.
He's almost like
polarizing. He's polarizing.
Is he?
Babe Ruth is absolutely polarizing. Absolutely. Being drunk, eating hot dogs, hitting home runs left and right, calling a shot. He was polarizing.
I don't know.
Nobody had ever seen anything like him.
I think he was beloved.
Beloved, hated. I think he was polarizing.
They're one of the winningest franchises in American sports. They've got some of the most iconic players of all time. They had one of the most iconic stadiums of all time. Iconic uniforms that never change in an era where everyone's changing uniforms. And, at the time, the greatest free agent of all time in Reggie Jackson. They had some of the greatest nicknames of all times. Murderer's Row. They're associated with Lou Gehrig, which is obviously a tremendous, horrible disease, but also one of the great moments in sports history. The black and white image of him standing there in front of the entire stadium talking about his life and how he's the most lucky man of all time. I don't know. I think that the Yankees symbolize so much more than just than just sports. And I think about the allure of New York and everything that is encapsulated in that, how some guys can play there and some guys can't, and some guys can't make it. To me, that brand still resonates.
Question, when you think of Americanism or American symbolism, you don't think about baseball, and if you think about baseball, you don't think Yankees. Look, man, I was in Europe. I didn't see any Yankee hats. I look for stuff like that. I do look for stuff like that. I've been to Cuba. I've looked for stuff like that. Who's wearing a Yankee? What gear are people wearing? Saw a lot of basketball jerseys when I was in Paris. A lot of basketball jerseys. They had an NBA store in Paris, for crying out loud. Basketball's becoming bigger and bigger and bigger, Frets. Italy. I didn't see any Yankee jerseys, and that's in Italy. I didn't see many baseball jerseys at all.
No, I don't think jerseys. I'm going to the hat.
Just the hat. I didn't see many hats.
The hat doesn't symbolize, like, to me, the hat symbolizes America.
Yeah, I'm not going that far. To me, it doesn't. It symbolizes New York City.
Okay.
And what New York City is about. You got to remember, a lot of people don't like New York City. A lot of people have an East. They hate the East Coast because they think everything is overhyped.
I do think the name Yankees, though, does associate, because that is our nickname when we go overseas.
Exactly.
People
Yeah, no
call
doubt.
us Yanks.
It is.
So
But
that is a thing. That
I don't
is,
look
like,
at the hat and say
synonymous.
that's America. That symbolizes America, the New York hat.
I do.
Yeah, I don't.
And the
Not even
pinstripes,
close.
and the uniform, and the
Yeah, I
pinstripes.
don't.
That's the way I do. Whether it's movies like The Sandlot, whether it's movies like obviously 61,
Well,
or
wasn't the Sandlot when they wearing Dodger hats?
Babe Ruth is the whole image.
Yeah, he was the whole image.
The whole
Yeah, no
image is
doubt.
Babe
no
Ruth
doubt.
in there.
No doubt. Come on, man. I'm ignorant because of Yankee hat. All right, I get it. I don't see Yankee hat and think America. I'm sorry, I don't think that. I will say that it's one of the biggest brands in American sports. There's no doubt about it. That's why I love the pinstripes. I respect what they are doing. But I never grew up thinking Yankee hat, America. That's America. Nah, man. I'm sorry. I just don't. That's how I feel. And
Do you
if
think
don't
it still
like
has the cachet?
I don't know. 888-957-9570. Yankees are coming to town today. There's going to be big crowds out there. We're looking forward to the Yankees. We think about the World Series that Rob McCovey in 62, where he hits a line drive down the third baseline, and they lose 1-0 in Game 7. Does the Yankees do anything? I want to hear from the feds, because maybe I'm in the wrong.
I mean,
maybe I'm in the wrong. 888-957-9570.
I just think of just all the players that they've had, and I'm just looking at their all these different top lists: Roger Maris, Lefty Gomez, Gil McDougall, Tony Lazzari, Mel Stottlemyre. Craig Nettles, Phil Rizzuto, Reggie Jackson, A-Rod, Ron Guidry, Willie Randolph. It's a who's who. Don Mattingly, Andy Pettit, Thurman Munson, Bernie Williams. I'm just going down the list here. Bill Dickey, Mariano Rivera, Jorge Posada, Whitey Ford. I mean, we don't even make Whiteys anymore. Joe DiMaggio, Derek Jeter, Yogi Berra.
Whitey Gleason.
That's true. Mickey Mantle.
Stop about Yogi Berra for a second. The documentary with Yogi Berra was so good.
So good.
But think about how America viewed Yogi Berra. That was just kind of a clown. Not in a bad way. They didn't take him seriously because of all the Yogi-isms.
Yes.
And he may be one of the greatest champions in North American sport history.
And
a kid wouldn't even know that if you didn't look up the numbers, all the MVP awards, all the World Series, managing the Yankees. And people don't even know that. We don't even know that about Yogi Berra unless you watch the documentary.
I would agree with that, but he isn't like sports. He's got his place in sports somewhere, doesn't he? I mean, he's almost like a character of a character.
Yeah,
he's almost cartoonish.
Maybe I'm just too West Coast, and maybe I don't respect New York enough or that hat enough. But I'm sorry, I just don't. When I see the Yankee hat, I say, man, that's a dope ass hat. But I don't think America. That's just where my mind goes. I don't think that. I think New York. And wow, New York's got a great hat. And everywhere you go to New York City, they're rocking a Yankee hat. And it's a really cool hat. The pinstripes are really cool. The navy blue's really cool. The pinstripes really cool.
I think the pinstripes are as iconic as it gets.
But I don't think America. That's just me. That's me. I don't think about it like that. I don't know. 888-957-9570 is the number.
This current team, and I know you want to go to the lines here.
Yeah.
This current team, though nowhere near like Murderer's Row of back in the 20s, but this current team, I mean, these guys are larger than life characters too. I mean, Stanton is a guy the Giants wanted. Aaron Judge, I mean, he pops on a television screen, though doesn't have all of like the press clippings and the media stuff maybe you would associate with him. But these guys, and Juan Soto, this team has
But how about this, though? When you thought Yankees, they were not just the biggest stars in baseball. They're the biggest stars in all the sports, right?
They were, yeah, absolutely.
Now, where
they would go get whoever was available, Giambi, Roger Clemens.
I could make the argument that Jalen Brunson right now is a bigger star in New York City than Aaron Judge. After his 1 year with the New York Knicks.
I don't know. I wouldn't have a feel for that. That I don't know. I know basketball is gigantic there. Aaron Judge, I don't know. I'd love to hear from a New Yorker on that one. Jalen Brunson is the hot thing right now.
He's hot.
I will not deny you on that.
Right, he's hot in New York City.
I don't know about that.
JJ in San Jose spent $4.99 on the super chat. Let's be real. The Yankees hype ended the minute Derek Jeter retired. I don't know about that. I think the Yankee lore and the reason why it's not resonating as much as it used to for a lot of people, I think the death of George Steinbrenner.
That
he kept the Yankees in the tabloids by being outspoken as an owner. He kept them at a level to keep them competing. Joe Torre was quiet. He was quiet. 925, is Boncher trying to go viral? No, I think what I think. Why do you guys get ticked off in my opinion? I don't think American when I see the hat. Let's go to Miz and Deanza. Mies and Deanza, I should say.
Hey,
Mies, what's up, baby?
Hey, what's going on, Bonte? Morning, everybody. Man, I totally agree with you, Bonte. The Yankees fitted don't got the same swag, same sting like it used to. I think a lot of these players come from overseas, coming through, have their own swag, more flashy. Yankees still got that old mentality. You can't have the long hair, got to shave and all that. I think a lot more kids this generation go more towards the flashy players, go towards the celebrations, and the Yankees have been traditionally not on board with that. So the new area kids, I don't think it holds the same weight. I think the Bay, the West Coast, obviously, is where it's at right now. You know, I grew up out here for 34 years now, and, I mean, just growing up, I don't think we looked at the Yankees like that, and that fitted. I think it was always, unfortunately, the L.A. and, SF all day, but yeah, I mean, today it's hard to say that the Yankees hold that same way, man, especially that fitted.
And see, that's what I want to hear. I want to hear people's perspectives.
Yeah.
Bonte, it's time for you to do the legal.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitter streams, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. Yankees. When you think Yankees, folks, what do you think of? What do you think of? And this could be it. And I don't believe baseball. I think baseball is. I love the game of baseball. I don't know how much it's dying. I don't get into all that. I don't really like. As I get older, I care less and less about ratings on television. I care less and less about what people are saying. Oh, we're not watching this or we're not watching. Well, I don't give a damn what you're watching. I know what I'm watching. I'm watching sports, baseball, football, basketball. So that stuff. But 510 to his point, Yankees iconism is dying because baseball is dying. That whole Yankee lore is dying because baseball is dying.
Well, so that I don't diminish. I mean, football is the king of the kings, right? Right now, at least in North American sports. But I don't think football holds that same power in China, in Japan at all. But like, as we're talking about brands and sustaining power, I think in North America, the Cowboy brand, even though they haven't won a damn thing in forever, there's something when you see that star, you still feel that emotion. It resonates with you. The Lakers. I think the Laker brand still has that cachet.
It does. Big time.
And they've won more recently than both of these teams, than both the Yankees and the Cowboys. I still hold the Yankees in that kind of, that if I were to pick three brands, it would be those three to kind of represent American sports.
Is the Dodger brand right now stronger than the Yankee brand?
Now that's, I hate admitting it. I think it's bigger right now because they've got one of the,
Dodger.
They've kind of become the Yankees of the West Coast. And also LA has a symbolism of what that represents. Coolness. And I go to pop culture and the musicians and things like that. Think of how many musicians are wearing some version of an LA hat.
Well, the LA hat, no doubt, is popular, but the Yankee hat was popular for many years. You saw the New York rappers wearing it. There's no doubt. Hell, I had a Yankee hat at one point just because I love different hats. I had a White Sox hat, a Yankee hat. I was a hat connoisseur. I wanted all the hats. Don't do that anymore. Try to keep it to the Bay. But I don't know. Where are people at? When you think about the Yankees, what do you think? Are they still that brand? Do they still capture you? Do you still see America when you see the Yankees hat? 888-957-9570. Yankees are in town. We'll talk to John Sterling, who recently retired with the New York Yankees. Called their games for many moons. Talk about this team coming up and where they're at here because they've only got the one championship. What? When CC Sabathia, 09, I want to say, when they beat the Phillies, was it 2010? No, 09. A-Rod's one championship.
09, 08. One of those two.
One of those two, CC Sabathia, all those guys. But they did have the dynasty in the late 90s, early 2000s, and they were in it every single year. But they also had the boss, George Steinbrenner. And I think when you have an owner like that, all of a sudden you don't have this. The Steinbrenners, his sons, have taken a step back. They don't want to spend as much money. They're not as outspoken. People aren't going crazy over the Yankees like that. So I don't know.
Do you think the Cowboys will suffer a hit when Jerry moves on?
It depends who the owner is. How outspoken is the owner?
What if his kids take over in the same fashion that the Steinbrenner kids took over?
Football's different, though. Football is different. It's the Cowboys, and Texas loves their football.
But I do think it'll be different.
It'll be a little different.
Yeah, I do. Because when I think of Cowboys, Jerry Jones is one of the prominent things that I think of
Jerry Jones, and I think a loser. I don't think the guy is. I've always said this. As long as he's running that team, absolutely.
Yeah, I think of wildly profitable.
Oh, as a businessman, sure.
Yeah.
As winning on a football field,
okay.
Business, but it's just like all these guys are good businessmen.
Well, Jerry's one of the best.
It's one of the best. Robert Kraft's a good businessman. They're good businessmen in terms of success on the football field. Because I'm all about winning championships and winning games. And what are you doing?
Well, they've won a lot of games, but no championships. But they've won a lot of
championship games since 1995.
I know, but
regular season games.
They've won a lot of regular season games.
Great. Let's hang banners for that. Spinotti, you're about to say something?
No. I was just going to jump on the conversation in regards to Aaron Boone still being the manager here for the Yankees is pretty crazy. Like, how many times have we all thought, the Yankees, they're not going to hold on to this, but they've held on to him.
It's a different owner.
I thought they were going to fire him last year.
Right?
I really did.
If George Steinbrenner is alive, Aaron Boone's not the manager this year.
No, not
even
close.
George would have fired Aaron like 7 times by now.
I think George Steinbrenner's first 18 seasons as owner, or maybe first 17 seasons, he had 18 managers or 17 managers.
That's insane.
And Brian Cashman's still there.
Yeah.
How nuts is that?
Yeah.
They're for
the Cashman makes moves, though, dog. I mean, if you look at his track record, he drafts, he develops, he swings, he signs, he trades. Like, the Cashman... Look, man.
This is interesting.
I have respect for him.
510. We are talking about two different things. Simple. Yankees have not won, so they did lose their hype. But about America, New York is a microcosm of what people in other countries think all of America is like. That's why the film Coming to America was filmed in New York. I could see that. I could see that, which is different because America's not like New York City. New York City is one of one. It's one of one. Like everybody always try to say, San Francisco's the West Coast, New York. No, we're not.
Well, they have
that city doesn't
giant
sleep.
boroughs. Yeah, I mean, we're totally different.
Sleep. Yeah, we're totally different. All right, we're coming up here on the roast.
Just like LA is totally different.
Yeah, no doubt. Maybe we'll get to some hoops here. NBA Finals matchup. We got trade rumors. We got all that stuff. We could go whatever direction you guys want to go to. By the way, shameless shout out 745. Shameless shout out, start lining them up. Shameless shout outs this week. Shout out your kids graduating, prom season, softball championships, baseball championships. Granada beat De La Salle for the second time in a week. They had a 14-inning extravaganza that lasted 2 days over the weekend. Granada won it, though. They beat De La Salle yesterday 5-0. Shout out to them. Shameless shout outs coming up at 745. All that brought to you by Express Employment Professionals.
If you're ready for a new job.
Leandro Mo, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasta.
All right, San Leandro Mo. Be sure to be tuned in to 95.7 The Game starting Monday, June 3rd for a chance to win a great gift for Dad this Father's Day, an autographed Steph Curry jersey, that is. And it all starts on Monday. You want to be listening every day, but Monday, especially June 3rd, you will have 3 chances to qualify each day, once per show at 7:30, 12:30, and 4:30 with Willard or Dibs. So write those times down and list it starting on Monday, where you could possibly win an autographed Steph Curry jersey. Real quick here before we get back to baseball. Did you read Anthony Slater's piece yesterday?
I did.
The free agency stuff. And one, the Warriors interviewed Darvin Ham or talked to Darvin Ham about assistant coaching gig. I'm not mad at the assistant coach.
I'm not either.
He won a championship with Milwaukee.
Add more people that have been coaches or whatever, or head coaches,
right,
onto the staff. Like, I don't see how you could be mad at that.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to be mad at that. And Kenny Atkinson is getting interviews with the Cleveland Cavaliers. That could be a good job for him, especially with Donovan Mitchell. Frank Vogel, I still think, could be an option for the Golden State Warriors.
I like Vogel.
I would like Vogel on the bench. But Darvin Ham, bring both. Darvin Ham and Frank Vogel. I have no care. I do not care.
When I saw that, though, the Darvin Ham thing, I was like, well, LeBron's not coming here.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I thought.
That's where you went to?
Yeah.
Your dreams died?
Well, it's not dreams. It's just that it became less likely.
Did your dream die when Bronny James decided he's only working out for the Suns and the Lakers? And not to go to State Warriors?
What is it? They projected him at 54 now on ESPN.
There's an ESPN theory, a conspiracy theory. The Lakers at the 55th pick.
It's just, I mean.
So
chef's kiss.
So Bronny's only going to work out with the Suns and the Lakers.
I just don't understand. He's trying to distance himself from his father, saying he wants to be his own player, but at the same time is only working out for teams, one of which his father plays for, and the other one is come. I don't. What
and the Suns are making a big play for LeBron.
I just don't get it.
Not the Warriors.
Oh, I get it.
Not the Warriors.
It's a manipulation thing.
Not the Warriors. And then Klay Thompson free agency. There's been no movement on that front when it comes to the Golden State Warriors. As Anthony Slater from The Athletic, our good friend, 95.7 The Game Insider, there remains a realistic chance that these are the fading days of his 13-year run with the organization. Apparently, there's been no notable movement from either side towards a resolution, league sources says. Warriors maintain a desire to retain Thompson at the right price once other aspects of their roster retool get clarified, but they haven't exactly been beating his door down to work out the framework for an extension, which could be signed at any time. In turn, the 34-year-old Thompson appears ready to test free agency waters, exploring external options for the first time in his career.
What was your read on that?
My read is that he's going to play this thing out. And the fact that the Warriors, offered him that 2-year, $48 million extension, apparently, Klay Thompson thought, well, $24 million, yeah, I want one more year. I see Draymond Green with a 4-year deal. I see Wiggins get a 4-year deal. Jordan Poole got a 4-year. Where's my 4-year deal? Now, you could say the Warriors should give him a 4-year deal. Maybe it's a 3-year deal. I get it. I get why Klay Thompson wants long-term stability. I get why the Warriors would give him 4 years. I understand it completely. However, it's another domino. So Bob Myers has already walked. Bob Myers is gone. Mike Brown's gone. Livingston's gone. Iguodala's retired. Now the next domino is Klay Thompson.
You think it's years, not? I
think it's years.
Not the amount per year.
Years.
Okay.
I believe it's years.
Okay, no,
I think Klay would be cool with 24, 25. I still think somebody may offer him $30 million on the open market once the dust settles and somebody whiffs on a big-time free agent. But I think it's years. I think he wants like 3-4 years. He wants a long-term stability instead of a 2-year deal or a 1-and-1 with the player. You know what I'm saying? So I do believe it's the years, and I think it's a realistic expectation, a realistic thing that we may see Klay Thompson play his last game. Now, it doesn't count in the stat sheet. When his last game is a member of the Golden State Warriors, he's really going to go 0 for 10. And his last game is that's going to be the end of it. Wow. I think I do believe the Warriors, where Anthony Slater says, look, they have to figure out what they're going to do with their roster. That means what they're going to do with Andrew Wiggins.
So the trades will come before The Klay finalization?
Or an idea of what could happen with the trades.
Gotcha.
Or the priorities, like, look, we got to figure out what we're going to do with Wiggins. We have to figure out what we're going to do with Chris Paul.
Yeah.
And the Wiggins thing is interesting because we had the conversation the other day, and I was listening to Steiny Gould yesterday, and Gould was going crazy, like, Wiggins, you just go give him up for a bag of chips? What? Steiny's like, he's an addition by subtraction.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far.
I wouldn't go that far either. But at the same time, we took all these calls. We talked to a lot of fans. All of a sudden, people were hesitant to give up Andrew Wiggins after watching these playoffs, after we're learning that, hey, you need some defenders at the point of attack. See what Luka, Kyrie, Jason Tatum, and Jaylen Brown are doing? What's going on here?
No, it's like that old show, Protect Your Assets. Like, if you have very few of them, you want to make sure that you're discerning in how do you utilize them. So, to Steiny's point, and look, Steiny feels how he feels, and I'm sure a lot of people feel that way, where it's like, and they felt that way about Jordan Poole, just get rid of, just whatever. He cannot play on my team next year. Like, I just think it in a different way, and I'm curious how many people side with him and how many people side with me. How you feel is how you feel, but to me, they have very few assets. Wiggins is still a younger player on their roster. I still believe he brings something to the table, and because he makes a chunk of money that is a puzzle piece to be able to acquire something of significance financially, I think it's just, you have to be very smart with whatever move it is. You cannot just trade him for whatever.
No, I agree with that. You're not trading him for whether.
Now, what his value is, that's a different conversation.
That's what something we were getting to the other day.
That's a different conversation.
Because when you see his career lows all across the board, he did have a good stretch, and then he went away for a couple games, and it was tough for him to regain his form. He's a rhythm player. You got to get him involved early. Chris Paul said it all season long. Dude, when you want the ball, let me know. Be aggressive. How many times do we hear Stephen Curry say, when Wiggins is aggressive, we're a different team? Klay Thompson, when Wiggins is aggressive, we're a different team. Steve Kerr, he's our best two-way player when he's aggressive, blah, 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 blah. You trade him, because I know there were some people in the Warriors organization going into last season, as we see Jaylen Brown in the NBA Finals and the Boston Celtics. Jaylen Brown signed that big deal, $60 million a year. There are some people laughing, saying, we have Andrew Wiggins for $109 million, and we believe he's the better player. He's the better player. Well, it didn't age well, because Jaylen Brown's now in the NBA Finals, and he's playing the best basketball of his career.
Effort is not something I question with Jaylen Brown.
Exactly.
We could talk about being overpaid at the price point and the magnitude of that contract, but I don't question his effort.
And people question Andrew Wiggins' effort.
Which I think is, it's been a part of the discussion of Wiggins almost his entire career.
But here's the deal, though. And I always go
whether we think it's fair or not.
Yeah. I always go back to what Steve Kerr told Willard and Dibs. We can't go 5 possessions without him touching the basketball. Because when you're not winning and you're not touching the basketball, it's human nature to just say, you know what, I'm not into it. You're supposed to be a professional. I get it. You're supposed to be a professional. And so I do get it. When you don't touch the ball on 5 straight possessions, you're thinking, boy, I've averaged 19 points a game over the course of my career. Why can't I get any shots up? Draymond's not shooting. Looney's not shooting. Why am I not getting the ball? Why am I not touching it enough? So that's another conversation. But if you do decide to move on from Andrew Wiggins, where do you get back and what can you get back? Where's his value at? I just have no idea how to gauge it, because another team's going to ask, well, what's going on with Andrew Wiggins? Why did he leave the team? How's he in the locker room? What's his effort like? They're going to ask the same questions we as Warrior fans have asked the last 2 years about Andrew Wiggins. So this notion that, hey, man, we got to keep him because he's an asset, but if we trade him, we have to get something. I'm not sure you're going to get much back for Andrew Wiggins right now with that contract. The addition that Steiny's talking about, the addition by subtraction, maybe just be moving off the money. Maybe just be moving, but I get.
But how many teams are? Here's the thing: moving off the money. How many teams are acquiring $25 million in salary and not giving any? Like, have the ability to acquire $25 million and not give up 25.
Well, there's a couple teams that can do it, but they may not be willing to do that,
and they're not in a position of where they're at in their life cycle to not want to. Monte, this is why it's so difficult. Once you pay someone, it's very difficult to maneuver the cap in the NBA. They've made it very, very, very difficult. And that's why when you do execute one of these trades, You just got to make sure that it's the right one, and it's very difficult. Like the Jordan Poole trade, everyone wanted him gone and couldn't wait to get rid of him. They had to staple a draft pick to it. They got back CP3. I don't even think they're going to bring CP3's money back into the fold. It feels like they're just going to let that kind of go.
Team option.
So then it turns into 1 year later, you got 1 year of CP3, you gave up a pick, and you gave up a 23-year-old player who was making $28 million. That fits in a lot of other trades.
And you look at what Jordan Poole did those last 6 weeks. Boy, he got his game right. He ended the season on a high note. He got his game right. And I expect Jordan Poole to return to form. Now, he was on Shaq and Food the other day, slipping all over the court. I was like, damn, that's cold. And Draymond Green was on set. I was like, damn. Watching that, I was like, whoa. But to that point, what do you do with Andrew Wiggins? That's why the Jared Allen thing, and look, I'm not the biggest Jared Allen fan. Jared Allen, whatever. I do get you got to get a little bigger. You got to get a little more athletic in the West. But that may be what you can only, like, what else? Are you going to get a Miles Turner for him? I don't think Indiana's trading Miles Turner.
Isn't Miles making a little less?
He's making, I don't know if you could get Miles Turner from him. I don't know what, I just don't know what his value is. And it's just, to me, it's interesting as we get closer and closer to free agency. Everybody's kind of hesitant now to move off of Andrew Wiggins because you realize that, boy, there's not much out there. There may not be much out there. There could be a lot of movement in the NBA that doesn't involve the Golden State Warriors. What people want to do to Golden State Warriors favors. No idea.
Yeah, I don't think the word hesitance is the one I used to describe it. It's just discerning, and patient and analytical. That's the way I would describe their thought process. And they've had a long time to think about it.
And here's the other part where, so let's just Steiny go there talk about Andrew Wiggins playing alongside Jonathan Kuminga. Steiny was making the point that Wiggins is blocking Kuminga. Well, we did figure out that they can play together. We saw it for a good stretch. They played very well together.
But then why'd they go away from it?
TJD's emergence. You started Pajimski later on. They did start Klay Thompson. I don't know why they went away from it, but it was working. Remember Steve Kerr said, oh, yeah, it doesn't work. And then all of a sudden it did work. They played their best stretch basketball all season long. And you had Draymond. That's why. Draymond Green with the back injury, the small ball 5. It was tough for him to play that small ball 5. So there's your answer right there.
It all comes back to
but listen, you can't tell me that it didn't start to work. Kuminga and Wiggins.
No, it did, but again, the Kuminga and Wiggins thing is also baked into the fact that you're locked into the Draymond thing. And when you're locked into the Draymond thing, ideally you want him to play small ball 5, but that he's going to wear down and he wants a big so he can play more help defense. But at the end of games, you're not going to play that center because you're going to play Draymond at the small ball 5. You just don't want to do it all game.
Right.
So that brings me back to the Jared Allen trade. I feel like a broken record here. It's like, yeah, Jared Allen makes a lot of sense. But I know Jared Allen's not going to close games.
Right.
So if I only have a $25 million trade piece, whether people think he's valuable or not, $25 million only works with so many different trades. Why would I waste it on Jared Allen if I don't think Jared Allen can finish?
Yeah. I
feel like I'm talking in circles.
But no, you may get a player who doesn't finish. You may be getting that. And it's, can you get a player who plays 30 minutes, but he's not in the closing lineup? If he gives it 30 minutes, doesn't matter if he's in the closing lineup when you're making a deal. You get what I'm saying? What if he's productive for 25 minutes, but he's not in your closing lineup, but he's still a productive player and getting you through big-time stretches of the game? No idea. But I'm not sure you're going to get a big-time player or a closer for Andrew Wiggins coming off of that season. That's just how I see it. I don't know. It's going to be very interesting here. But the first domino is Anthony Slater, chronicler. We're getting closer and closer, man. Getting closer and closer. There's a reality that Klay Thompson played his last game with the Golden State Warriors.
I would find it, and just I know we've got a little bit of time. I would find it very odd that let's say the sticking point is what you said it was, a third year for Klay, right? That's the sticking point. I would feel like, wait a minute, you drew a line in the sand on Klay and you didn't do it on Draymond? Like that, just for me, like I would be like, I want to know why. Like, why are you viewing the two differently? Like, why would you draw such a hard line on Klay and not Draymond? I just want to know what their reasoning would be on that. Wouldn't you think like that? Because you've allowed Draymond.
I have felt like that.
What?
No, I have brought that up all season, and nobody was trying to hear it. But when you're Klay Thompson and you see what's going on around you, and you've been a trusted agent for so many years and a 4-time champ, and you're going to have your jersey hung up in the rafters, and you get off for 2 years after watching Draymond get 3 in a player option, and Wiggins get 3 in a player option. Yeah. As an ego, we talk about egos the other day, and people, I mentioned this all season long. Well, the years didn't match up.
The hierarchy is what I, not even ego.
But just a year, you gave this guy 3 years in a player option. I'm getting 2 years, that's it. 2 years for 48. I've been durable. I played the most games on the Golden State Warriors last season. I'm playing minutes. Now, it may not all be productive, and there's some bad stretches for Klay Thompson, but there's also some good stretches. And there's a lot of players out there who would die to score 18 points a game while shooting 37-38% from three. For some reason, we look down at that. I don't know why. Maybe it's because of Steph and Klay. They've spoiled us. But look around the league. How many guys are averaging 18 and shooting 37-38 from three?
I think he was in the top 30 or 40 when it comes to that. But I guess the bigger question is this. Like, both guys have presented some issues internally and externally for the team. Draymond is very obvious. And Klay Thompson, like, they've had to have meetings with him regarding shot selection. They're different things. Who's had the better last 2 years? Draymond or Klay?
On the court?
Just overall.
Well, it feels like Klay Thompson. I mean, Klay 2 seasons ago led the league in made threes, and he shot 41% from three. But, according to some people, it's a terrible season. It was awful. Okay, whatever. I guess. And then this year, he played more games. Draymond was suspended for 17-18. Now, Draymond's impact on the court is undeniable. But you say overall, I mean, you tell me.
I think they're pretty close.
It's definitely close.
I think they're pretty close.
It's close.
I think we're splitting hairs, quite frankly. And so, but I guess the point that I'm trying to make is, because we're splitting hairs, if I was Klay, I'd be like, really, the sticking point for me is a third year, and you're out here giving Draymond a 4-year before me. Like, I think I do see his point of view now.
Right. Now,
I've come around on it, I guess is what I'm saying.
Well, Dre is definitely valuable on this basketball team. It's undeniable what he does.
But he also brings a lot.
Team. But there's a lot that's happened with Draymond Green. There's a lot. Well, and then there's the schematical issues, which we've been kind of diagnosing, where his positional spot on the team changes things for the threes, changes things for your 5, and how you make up your team. Yep.
We always talk about his versatility is extremely important. It is, but it also kind of limits how you can construct the roster around. Like, it gives and it takes.
So I don't know. And the team, we also heard after the playoffs, hey, man, they need more shooting. They need more shooting. Oh, you're getting, one of the best shooters in the league is a free agent. So how do you replace that shooting when everybody in the league is looking for shooting? Warriors are in a tough spot. Tough spot. But, if you can hang around, maybe you pull a Dallas Mavericks. You could pull a Dallas Mavericks where you're the 8th seed, and at the deadline, you make a trade for Daniel Gafford, and you snatch P.J. Washington from the abyss in Charlotte, North Carolina, and all of a sudden they're going to the NBA Finals.
Do you see any scenario where Klay Thompson signs a 2-year deal anywhere? Even if it's, in the hypothetical,
he may want $2
million.
He may want 2 in a player option. But if it's 2-year, $80 million, you're getting 40 a year. It's hard to say no to. Because your hypothesis, and again, we're just talking, but is like it's on the years, right? And if the money was relatively close, I think he's staying. But if they blow him away with a 2-year deal, I think he's out the door. I don't know. I know one thing I think we could all agree on.
It feels like respect matters a lot to Klay.
Yeah, I think one thing too, it is a huge thing. Respect is a huge thing. Huge.
For him in particular, yeah.
I think for all these players.
Okay.
But in this situation, definitely Klay.
I think Klay.
But no, I think a lot of players would think like Klay was like, hold on, man. I came back from 2 major surgeries, helped you guys win a championship. The biggest problem we have is my body language and me shooting too much. Which is something I can rectify. Hey, just scale it back a little bit.
Just really quick, you guys are talking about the respect factor there. Like, how do you think when Klay hits free agency, how do you think that's going to hit him if, like, all these names are flying off the board, but he's still left unsigned a couple days into free agency.
No, he realizes that he's not the top dog.
I mean, he won't
be the biggest fish.
I went to the top 10. ESPN had a top 10 free agents.
Right.
They had Gary Payton the second,
that
higher than Klay. I couldn't believe that.
That was.
I guess that's price point.
Yeah, maybe price point because that's absurd to me.
Absurd to you? That's absurd to anyone who's paying attention.
But the big fish the Paul Georges will get picked up first. Paul George.
Klay was out of the top 15.
Right? Yeah, that's crazy. When you look at that list, that's crazy.
But I also think
Tobias Harris.
But honestly, B, I'm going to be real. Like, I think that also speaks to Klay's particular why it's tricky, because he's very sensitive. He wants to feel the respect.
Yep.
And he wants to feel the love financially, years-wise, in terms of security. I think it's a little trickier.
It is tricky. But big fish will fly off the board before Klay. They will. That's a fact. Malik Monk is probably going to go first. But what happens on that second and third day? And the team whiffs. Whoo! Somebody's going to pick him up. But I will say this. I'm not going into the season. You can't run this thing back. That's one thing for sure. I think we could all agree there with the Golden State Warriors. You cannot run this thing back. The nostalgia tour, I don't think will fly well with these fans.
I just don't think that's what Joe Lacob's going to do. You're talking all about George Steinbrenner. I have a hard time thinking that our version of George Steinbrenner, much more dialed back in terms of the shenanigans. Joe Lacob, I'm talking aggressive winner. I don't see any scenario where he thinks that's good business.
It could be good business, but it may not result in wins. I don't know. I just. Are Warrior fans ready for Klay to move on? I think some are. I think some still love him. I just want to see the team compete because I'm watching Dallas and Minnesota last night. You know Denver's going to make a comeback.
Well, seeing the two teams in the finals,
Boston.
I'll ask you, like bringing Klay back with a good chunk of money and years and prestige within the organization, does that fit winning against those teams?
No.
And I don't think that's an indictment on him. I'm just saying, like, from a strategy standpoint of how you assemble your team.
No.
I don't know, man.
No. You're not close. You're not close to these teams. You're not close.
So I guess this is where I'm going.
So you can't bring. So you bringing Klay back and just saying, hey, you know what? We're good. We know we can get to the playoffs and make some things happen. You're going to be a year older, and we know that Klay cannot guard the Kyrie Irvings of the world anymore. He just can't defend them. Maybe it's possession here and there, and especially without a rim protector. Those guys are blown by Klay, Steph, all day long. All day long. Blow-bys, point of attack defense, non-existent for the Warriors last season. And you want to bring Klay back alongside Steph? Like, I love Klay. I'm probably the biggest Klay fan. Well, it feels like I've been adopted as that, but no, that's not getting you close. That's not, come on, man. Kyrie and Luka, you got Stan Van Gundy on the broadcast talking about this is the most skillful offensive backcourt in the history of the NBA. And you're asking me whether or not bringing Klay back is going to help you win against Dallas and Boston? Hell no. No. You're going to get sweaty. They're a 10 seed, for crying out loud. A 10 seed.
I think that I'm very intrigued to see what he can get out there and from what team. I think those are the two things that I'm very interested to see. What team, how much, what's the role they're looking for him. I mean, he's going to be 35 in February.
Yep. So damn good spot-up shooter, though.
No doubt.
And, some team will look at that saying he could still space the floor because, who do we have on? And Slater, I talk to Slater all the time. Teams still defend Klay Thompson like he's a Klay Thompson from 5 years ago. They still defend him like that. They're not giving him no airspace. So that helps your offense in a way in terms of spacing, but it's how you build a team around him. If you got more shooters around him or more spacing, that's the problem playing, when you play the non-scorers in the lineup, all of a sudden the space is compromised. And Steph felt that more so than anybody. One, you got to go against Jaden McDaniels and the Herb Jones and the Trey Murphy III, and you got non-scorers out there. You're coming off pin downs and screens and everything. And all of a sudden, you got no room to operate.
Well,
that's Steph Curry who struggled.
But you saying that, like, I just think that what made them so great was that they fit brilliantly together on both ends of the floor.
Yep.
And I don't think I can make that same argument anymore. And as I'm looking at Kyrie and Luka, their deficiencies defensively are masked because of the excellence they have around them on the perimeter, defensively, and then at the rim. And then I look at Boston and adding Drew Holiday and just their combination of players that they have, and then some of their shooters off the bench. I don't know. I just don't think you can have this backcourt be prominently playing 30 minutes together, overlapping, and think that that's a winning formula.
No, it's not. I don't think Joe Lacob and the Warriors do believe that. They can't. I don't think they do, especially when you look at the post All-Star game splits for Steph Curry. Something that I don't think gets mentioned enough. The roster, I'm not even going to say the roster. How do I want to put this? But the roster construction basically wore Steph Curry down by the end of the season. I mean, by the end of the season, he was remember he had to take a day off. They just had to give him a day off. He was like, dude, you're gassed. You're tired. And you look at the All-Star game splits.
I mean, he's 35, 36 years old. That's kind of like, I keep coming back to, like, we all expecting this to go on forever. LeBron's the outlier in terms of excellence into your 40s. And Steph, is close in terms of he's an outlier, being a guard, being this good this late in his career. But to think that the other guys are going to continue to trend in the right direction, everyone's going to slip a little every single year.
Steph Curry felt it. 23 points a game, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 4.5 rebounds. He shot 42.3% from the floor. We're used to Steph Curry shooting. We're used to him going 50, 40, 90. His 3-point percentage, if you took it you add the last 2 games, 2 of the last 3 games of the season, Steph went against the Lakers. He went 6 for 6 from 3, and he went 7 to 13 from 3 against the Pelicans. Not those 2 games. The guy was shooting 35% from 3 post All-Star break. So if we're trying to build around Stephen Curry and maximize Steph Curry's window, you got to think about that. Who's the right pieces around Steph? Who are those pieces? 3D guys, spacing? Because right now the spacing was gone. And that's with Klay Thompson. That's with Klay.
I mean, we got destroyed. And I know it's about matchups. We got destroyed by Minnesota this year. And Minnesota got ran out of the gym in that series.
Well, I wouldn't say they got ran out the gym.
Late in games? The late game execution was like night and day.
But I would say, when I think of running out the gym, I'm thinking blowing out.
Well, yesterday was.
Yesterday was. But that was the first game Dallas
they
in
lost
the series.
5. They should have been swept.
They should have. This series should still be going on. Dallas, yesterday was the first time Dallas had a lead going into the fourth quarter in the series. Think about that.
The fourth quarter is important.
Really?
Duh.
But late game, the last 5 minutes of the game, they were right there to win the game. So when I think of right off the floor, I think of blowouts. They got beaten 5, whatever.
I thought that the fourth quarters were all Dallas. And to me, that's like that. I look at the Warriors this year, fourth quarter execute. Last 2 years, fourth quarter execution is why they are where they are. And back in the day when the Warriors were the Warriors, they'd play 7 minutes of basketball, lock you up on one end, outscore you on the other, game over. No matter how great you played.
Third quarter, yeah, no doubt. But Dallas wasn't doing it. Minnesota was giving it to them. But Minnesota showed their inexperience down the stretch. So, and Minnesota was good. They beat the Warriors up a little bit this year. They did. But all those top teams beat the Warriors. Do we need to go through the records again? Denver 3-0. Clippers 3-1, OKC 3-1, Minnesota 0-3. The Warriors lost all the top teams this year. So you got to shake this up. How do you get Steph help? How do you get Steph open? How do you get more spacing for Steph? I think that's, what do you do? What do you do with Wiggins? What do you do with Klay? I have no idea. But shameless shout-outs coming up here. 888-957-9570. Maybe we shout out Klay, who went on a hike. Yesterday in honor of Bill Walton. 888-957-9570 is a number. Let's get to shameless shout-outs here on the Friday.
It is gone, but caught.
Eight 957-9570 is a number. That's the Xfinity Mobile text line as well. 888-957-9570. 9570. Shameless shout-outs. What you got, Shasky?
I want to start off, and I know we've spent all week kind of eulogizing him, but I want to start off with Bill Walton. There's been so many incredible videos that have come out with Bill Walton, and the one that has stuck with me in my life the most is the one where I saw him at the stage, and he's talking about John Wooden, and he's going on and on and on about John Wooden, and he says the two threes. That's what he lived by in his life. Don't lie, don't cheat, don't steal. Don't whine, don't complain, don't make excuses. And that covers a lot of bases in life. And then at the end of it, and we heard Roxy Bernstein talk about this, he would always tell everyone, thank you for my life. And I've been thinking long and hard, and I have certain things that I value in my life, and one of them is tell people that you love, that are impactful for you, tell them you love them. You know, it's very simple. So I want to thank Bill Walton. I want to thank John Wooden for all of the videos and everyone that's been sharing and circulating all those things. There are people in my life, you guys obviously know this, and I say it to you guys every day. I love you guys, and tell the people who impact you that you love them when you have the chance to do so. Because as you referenced in the beginning of this show, life is short. And that's my shout out.
What you got, Spadone? What you got? Love Miss Spadone.
Well, I'm going to shout out the people that filled in for me this week. I was MIA for a little bit, taking care of the missus who got food poisoning. Not fun if you've ever had it, by the way. I got it in our honeymoon in Greece. I was out of commission for like think about that for a second. I was like, hey, Jade, you think you have bad? Try being on our honeymoon. She didn't think that was funny. But I want to shout out Ken. Did he do a good job, by the way? Let me check on you guys first. Did they do good jobs before I shout them out?
Ken's good.
Ken's great. And
Carter's great.
Carter, no Sam Lubman or me on Tuesday. I was like, oh my God, I got to FaceTime this guy at 5 a.m, tell him what to do. So Carter, when called upon, Ken, when called upon, thank you guys for holding it down for me.
I got a special shout out here, 415, before we get to Lubman. San Francisco Prep Hall of Fame is tomorrow. San Francisco Prep Hall of Fame, David Henderson, longtime running back in Lincoln High School, broke all the records. Rest in peace, David Henderson, by way of City College, San Francisco. And Philip Ferrigno, Coach Phil. Coach Ferrigno, he called us and he dropped a couple last bombs. Let's go to the SF Prep Sports San Francisco Prep Hall of Fame tomorrow.
Legend.
Congratulations to both of you guys, man. Well deserved. Well deserved from the 405 Xfinity Mobile Text.
Shout out Lincoln.
What you got? What you got, Lubman?
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to my dad, Jim Lubman. He called me on Wednesday because he heard something on the show that day that, as he was driving, made him spit out his coffee because it was so funny. Spadoni, if you could, please.
You can do the legal within there. And I know the rules of radio. I know the tricks of the trade. You don't have to do it straight at 9 o'clock. You know when people do it straight at 9 o'clock, you know what it tells me when I'm in my car? Oh, they got nothing left.
They're professional.
We got, no. They got nothing.
Yeah, he really liked that little they're professional quip that I threw in there and made him laugh really loud. And he called me up later that day to say, oh, I thought that was really fun. I wanted you to know that.
So your shout out is to yourself.
So your shout out to yourself.
No, my shout out is to my dad for listening to the show and finding the stuff that we do very funny.
He thinks it's professional to do it right at the top of the hour. Huh?
No, he thought it was funny when I said they're professional.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if he agrees with me or you or not. He just thought the whole sequence was very funny and made him spit his coffee out.
People go mid-conversation. You could be talking, oh, by the way, I got to do the legal. It's like some pressing thing. No, it's not. You got a buffer here. Learn radio, folks. Radio 101. Shout out to my nurse wife, as Bonte always be forgetting the nurses. See, stop it, 510. I don't always forget the nurses. I shout out the nurses. You guys just have a problem listening. Shout out to the nurses, and shout out to the San Bruno Pee Wee Lions. Won a game last night. Go get them tomorrow. Also, shout out to my daughter. Good luck on her softball tournament in Millbrae this weekend. That is from the 415. Shout out to all the nurses. I show the nurses so much love. So much love. Shout out to everybody who's going to be at Oracle Park today. Yankees are in town, if you didn't know. Yankees are in town. They did the company softball game. So shout out to Shasky and Matt Nahiga for making this happen. I'm not really a fan of it. We need station camaraderie. The hell, I care about hanging out with Guru after work, man. I want to go home and kiss my daughter, man. I don't want to hang out with you guys after work, but I'll be there for a little bit.
Yeah, I'm hoping your daughter comes and hangs out with my son.
She will not be there today.
Oh, that sucks. Shout out someone who's very special to my family, Marianne Bologna, who celebrated her birthday this week.
Happy birthday, Marianne.
I love you very much. You mean so much to our family. Not just all the highs, but all the lows. You've been there every step of the way. You have a beautiful family. I consider you family. You're like a mother to me and a best friend of my mother and my father. And we love you very, very much. That's everybody here.
Shout out
at this station in particular.
Shout out to Microphone Marianne. Shout out to Microphone Marianne because she works at the Starbucks by my crib. And whenever I come in, Oh, you know who this is? This is my microphone area. I'm just trying to get some coffee. I'm going to kiss you on the cheek and get the hell out of here. Stop. The mob is coming. Shout out to, I met a guy yesterday. I met a couple people actually yesterday. Shout out to all the roasters out there and all the people who watch us on television. Met a guy, he's from North Carolina.
Okay.
He's moving to Paris, France. And this is sad because he lost his wife last year, but he's moving to Paris to reset his life, and he's going to go to the Olympics. It's all on the street. This is right across from Coach Ponte. We watch you guys every single day. We listen. We love you. It's such an honor to meet you. Then I met a guy, I think his name was Dave, in the elevator up at the Center Garage. He goes, dude, Ponte, what the hell? Oh, man, I love you guys. So shout out to all the roasters who's always showing love. And then, wow, this is a first. Brian in Palo Alto is on shameless shout-outs.
Let's see. I want to hear it.
He wants to shout out?
I want to hear it.
All right, go ahead.
God. Yeah, just a shout out to my kids, young kids, and all their amazing moms. Okay, so that's my shout out.
You want to shout out Farhad Zaidi?
No, I don't.
What about Klay Thompson?
No, but I wish Klay the best of luck to go chase his $30 million that I don't think anyone's going to give him, but best of luck.
Hey, BPA, who you got in the finals?
Mavericks.
Mavericks in 6?
I don't believe. Mavericks in 5. I'm going to say.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I think the two best players in the series are on the Mavericks. So.
Wow.
And I don't believe in Jason Tatum when everything's on the line.
All right. Do you have kids, BPA?
You just shouted them out.
No, you say young kids and young parents.
Yes. I do. Yes.
How many kids do you have, BPA?
Kids, yes. You know what? More than one. That's what I'll say.
They're expensive, aren't they?
No wonder you're just so damn angry all the time.
I think he's normal.
What is going on here?
No wonder he's so angry. Sounds like he's just, man. Damn. I do not believe BPA has kids. I do not believe that. Not the way he be tweeting. No, he doesn't have kids. Congratulations to South.
He's got a lot of kids.
Imagine what those arguments are like between BPA and his kids.
Boy, oh boy.
Dad, can we watch TV? No.
Too
dynamic for
We're
that.
going to hate tweet Klay Thompson right now. Come sit around the campfire.
Help me put this tweet together. I'm going to send to Bonte.
He does tweet me a lot. Congratulations to the South City Warriors class of 2024. My niece Dora graduates today. Uncle Vic with the shout out from San Jose.
Very cool.
Shout out to you, Dora. Absolutely. Shout out to my little cousin Nadia promoting the middle school, and my cousins Anaya, Viviana from graduating from South City High School today. Love y'all. Shout out to y'all. And then shout out, 408. Look at this. Shout out to Bonte's daughter, who I met while she was on the shoulders this weekend at the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. Bonte looking fly in the board shorts. Shout out to everybody out there at the Boardwalk who I met. Baby Chaz was having a great time at the Boardwalk. She can't stop talking about it. Went to Barnes & Noble yesterday. Got her some books.
Which one?
What did I get her? Alphabet book.
No, I went which Barnes & Noble?
Burlingame app.
Nice.
She goes to Montessori School in Burlingame. Go right down the street. It's always fun walking down that strip in Burlingame. It's nice.
It's always fun here.
Get you a nice little cup of coffee. Just walk around and kind of see the sights and everything like that. You know what I mean? All right, let's move on before I get in trouble. Nah, Barnes & Noble is all around. I know that a lot of them closed down, but there's a good one. And by the way, the Barnes guy at the front desk. So I buy the books and I buy her a Barbie doll because she saw the Barbie doll and she wasn't going to let me leave the store without buying the Barbie doll. Then I'm like, all right, come on. I gave in. I'm a sucker.
Which Barbie doll?
It's a traveling one. She had luggage, sunglasses, headphones, little puppy.
You haven't seen the Barbie movie yet?
I have not.
It's actually really good.
I heard it was good.
It's really good.
I have not watched it yet.
I got a kick out of it.
I have not watched it
Probably
yet.
more for the adults.
Yeah, I have not watched it yet. But the guy who rung me up for the books, he goes, your voice sounds familiar. It's like, oh, that's interesting. I was, are you like some sports guy or whatnot? So everybody's a roaster, even the guy at Barnes & Noble. It's like, shout out to you. Thank you for listening. Shout out for listening. Oh, injury report. I forgot. Oh, A's? We got an A's injury report? Paul Blackburn forgot he was playing. Still in the walkie booties, recovers from a stress reaction in his right foot and has had him out of action for the last 3 weeks. Team is expected to reevaluate him next week when they return from their current road trip. Still needs to go through a throwing program and rehab assignment, so the earliest you could expect him back would be around mid-June. Who the hell really knows when it comes to the Oakland A's? Who knows? Talk about phantom ILs. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerzer, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Get back into the Giants. Greg Johnson had a lot to say with Tim Kawakami. We'll see what it means. We'll see what he says. Yankees in town. Yankees in town. Plus, we'll talk to Matt Barrows at 9:20. We'll talk about the 49ers and what's going on with them. It's all coming up here on The Roast, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
The most exciting event of the year.
I'm right.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Hey, this just popped up. 22 years ago today, you get all these memories around this time during the NBA playoffs. 22 years ago today, Mike Bibby took an elbow from Kobe Bryant to the face during the final seconds of a controversial Game 6 loss to the Lakers. That's what free throws in the fourth quarter. Lakers 27, Sacramento 9. I think it was a 4-point win for the Lakers. There was no way David Stern was letting that series in on a Friday night. He was getting his Game 7 between the Warriors and the Kings. Or excuse me, the Lakers and the Kings. 22 years ago today. I remember watching that entire game, Chesky, at Oracle Park. I was at a Giants game in the club level, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to go watch Kings-Lakers. The Giants game sucks.
I know we're going #random here. There were some videos circulating around the internet yesterday. One of them was a Darren Waller ballad video that I sent to the group thread.
Why? Yeah.
The other one was a Matt George rap video that was sent to our group thread from Joe Spadoni about.
No, I said that.
Oh, you sent that? My bad. I thought Spadoni was the one who said. I apologize.
Credit.
I've had enough. Well, my bad.
He hates giving me credit, folks.
Explain what it was as you bring up the Kings.
Well, no. Well, Matt George brought a video. Well, I heard because I sent to D-Lo and Casey. They said it was a parody, but it was basically Matt George works in Sacramento, television station in Sacramento. He's a guy who joined our show and then decided after the interview to go ahead and tweet us to say, oh, I noticed you guys didn't do this. You guys didn't do that. And I'm like, really, dude? We just had you on the air for 20 minutes.
I've had enough.
And he doesn't even speak to us at games anymore. Like, he'll walk right. Anyway, he made this parody like, we don't need Luka. And he doubled down on it. It was like, boy.
And it was like a rap song.
It was a rap song.
It was bad.
Very bad.
You know what, though? Credit him for putting it out there.
He put it out there. I heard it was a parody. It was like...
That's funny.
He played it to a role. It was a bit. But still, you do that, and it's not going to age well, and you're going to get caught up on freezing cold takes. This is what happens when you make freezing cold takes. It's a badge of honor to make that.
We know nothing about putting out videos about players that you drafted highly that don't age well. We know nothing. You and I don't know a thing about that.
I have a big mouth sometimes.
No, I don't know anything about that. But, you know, as the Kings are trying to figure out what to do with Mike Brown to give him an extension, there's some posturing there. I told you, Vivek Ranadive is a madman. He is a madman. He's why Sacramento will never, ever thrive as an organization.
He might be the A's owner one day.
He might be. Good luck to the A's. But Luka Doncic is going to the NBA Finals, and the Sacramento Kings are trying to figure out whether or not they want to extend Mike Brown. Wow. But the Darren Waller video, he broke up with Kelsey Plum. They divorced, and something's going on there. Waller may never play down to football anymore. I see starting to feel, I'm worried about the guy. Obviously, we know about his struggles with drugs and alcohol. He had to go to rehab. Career damn near didn't even get off the ground. He finally got paid. Now he has all these hamstring injuries, and now that video was, I couldn't even understand the words. I don't even know what he was saying. It was cringe.
It, to me, felt like a guy calling out for help. And maybe I just don't understand the art that he's trying to portray there. Wow. I think he's got some deep issues.
There's could be some deep-rooted issues. And it's not even the most cringeworthy video today, I think.
Why? What was?
Eminem coming out with that new song.
Oh, I haven't even seen it. I missed it.
Terrible.
Well, Eminem's been bad for a while.
Yeah, it's like Eminem, I love you, Eminem. I do. I really like Eminem, but boy, nobody asked for this song.
Really? It feels like everyone loves it on the internet that I'm looking at right now. Yeah.
Are you serious? Are you saying this is...
No, seriously. You got guys like LeBron. You got other people saying they like it.
LeBron said he liked it?
He did. He tweeted about it, yeah.
Really? He's lying.
Yeah, I've been out on Eminem for a while. I mean, I was in when he was hot, and rap's a young man's game.
Yeah, I from what I saw on the internet, it was like, we didn't ask for this. That was last night. Now, people think differently on the internet. It's all good.
Well, art is, to each their own.
Yeah, to each their own.
You don't love the Mona Lisa. Other people love it.
I just said it was overrated. I like it. It's a little overrated. That's all. And a lot of people agree with me, unfortunately.
It's like art, like what Farhan has built with the Giants is his art. Some people love it. Some people hate it.
Call it art?
Well, it's somewhere in between.
By the way.
Definitely abstract art.
Yeah. 408. Need the Morning Roast to San Jose ASAP. You know what? Email us at themorningroast@957thegame.com, and we can make that happen. We were at Copper Skillet last Thursday. I'm wearing a hoodie. Shout out to Jay for this nice little hoodie. I love it. You know me, I'm a hoodie guy. Shout out to Copper Skillet. If you want us in your town, go ahead, shoot us an email at morningroast@957thegame.com, or just tweet at us. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. But no, Eminem, I don't know what the hell he was doing with that song. Farhan Zaidi, you brought up Farhan Zaidi. The Yankees are in town. We're going to judge Sterling on at 8:30, the longtime voice of the New York Yankees, who retired a couple months ago. And what did they give him?
A giant screen TV.
A giant screen TV for how many years he was there?
I mean,
what was it? What was it? How many inches?
It was like a 50 or 60-inch TV.
Maybe they gave him more, but here's a TV. They couldn't get him a new cell phone since he has a flip phone? What was that? Go ahead, say it on there. No, say it on there.
Ow!
No, tell me in my ear. I'll say it on there for you. Oh, yeah, that's an Odyssey move. That's what our company would do. Shout out Stacey Kaufman, Sacramento.
What, give him a flip phone?
No, get him a TV. They wouldn't give him a TV in Odyssey. They just give you a thank you card, a 25 gift card to Pete's Coffee.
Expired.
Have a nice day. Have a nice day. Thanks for your contributions. You've been here for 10 years. Here's a $10 gift card to Starbucks. That is the Odyssey way. I'm kind of like Charles Barkley, just ripping the company. Only
I know you're big time.
Not everybody can get with that. Certainly he can. I'm going to be humble in this one. Why y'all so scared to say that on air? It's no problem with that. Shasky Spinoni snickering. You know, I'm just well-rounded. It's an Odyssey move.
Sometimes the best jokes are the ones you don't say.
No, say it on air. Inside jokes are not fun. We're on radio and I'm talking. And you guys are doing it while I'm talking with the mics off, so I want to hear it.
I get in, Rock. Get in, Playboy.
Don't be scared.
I feel like I'm too short over here.
Don't be scared.
Get in where you fit in,
Say it with
fool.
your chest.
You was a mark up in the high school.
Just say it.
I'm not scared.
Now you're hardcore like CB4. Biting. What you want to be me for? It's your life. You wish it was a Too Short rap. Oh, my gosh. I love Too Short.
Try to change the subject.
You like that?
I don't know where the
pivot?
Too Short. I don't know. No, you guys are scary. Say it with your chest. Odyssey would not show you the same love as John Sterling. The company here at Odyssey, as we had the town hall last week with Susan Larkin, what is the return on investment for you being here for 10 years? What's our ROI? Oh, okay, he did this and that. All right, here's $20 at Chipotle.
Can we make money off it?
What is going on here?
Here's what's going on.
Oh, man.
Greg Johnson sat down with an Odyssey insider, Tim Kawakami, who has an Odyssey, it's called the TK Show, and it's presented only by Odyssey Sports on the Odyssey app. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, because Tim Kawakami is with the Odyssey.
He's our teammate now.
He really is. I mean, me and him, basically the same dude.
Just like when Chris Paul joined the Warriors, now TK's joined
100%.
95.7 The Game family.
He's been with us for a long time. By the way, TK is, when The Athletic launched, guess who let him host the show to talk about it? 95.7 The Game.
That was at the old building,
Old
right?
building, yeah.
Double old building.
Double old
Because
building.
I actually ran into him. I was coming in to meet the original guy that was there when I was there, Don Collins.
Shout out Don Collins.
And, yeah.
Hired me with no experience. Shout out Don
Canada's
Collins. Canada's own. Love me some Don Collins.
Best thing that ever happened to me in my radio career was Matt Nahigian taking over. That's all I'm going to say. Don Collins did not have a future for me at this station.
Oh, Don Collins gave me a contract with no on-air experience.
I would like you to call in every day, 7:30 in the morning for free for the next 3 years, and we'll see where it goes. 3 years. Something ridiculous like that. And I was like,
So Tim Kawakami's a teammate. He joined Willard and Dibs yesterday. Boy, they seem to get a lot of good guests on that show.
Well, assistant program director Lucas Alexander hoarding all the good guests.
They had Bill Burr on. Wow. Doing big things in the afternoon. So they talked to Tim Kawakami, and obviously Greg Johnson sat down with him, and he's starting to make some noise and trying to put his name out there with the San Francisco Giants. So he said a lot. He had a lot going on here. What do you want to start doing? Want to talk farm system? Do you want to talk struggles of superstar? What do we do? I know the biggest thing I took away was he basically blamed the ballpark for not being able to attract big-time free agent hitters, batters. Basically said the ballpark just doesn't help. It's a crown jewel, but hitters are reluctant to go there to hit. It's so hard to hit home runs. So what are we doing about the ballpark? Do you want to move the fences in even more?
No.
Do you want to break down the bricks?
I mean, you bring the fences in anymore, and more of your center fielders are going to come crashing into them. No, we're not doing that. That's number one. First off, the way that you develop sluggers 9 times out of 10 is not through free agency. You can supplement through free agency. You have to draft and develop your own. McCovey, Mays, Cepeda, go right down the list. Will Clark, Matt Williams. Now, you traded for Jeff Kent. You signed Barry Bonds, but you drafted Barry Bonds. He chose to go from high school. He said, no, I don't want to go to the Giants because the signing bonus wasn't big enough. I'm going to go to Arizona State, right? And so, yeah, because you got Bonds via free agency, which is a very unique situation because he was born in San Mateo, raised here. His dad played for the Giants. Dusty was coming here, and he chose the Giants over the Yankees at that time. That's the one marquee free agent. You could supplement through free agency. Drafting and developing and then trades are infinitely more of a plausible way of creating and finding power hitters than it is via free agency.
I agree with you there. Now, we talked about developing and, I think we all want to see the Giants win.
Yes.
They go to the playoffs. We all do.
Yes.
Now, we also want to see the youngsters develop. We do. And if it costs you a playoff spot, I think some people are okay with that. I'm not okay with that. I know Fleming isn't okay with that. Is Greg Johnson okay with that? Here's what Greg Johnson told Tim Kawakami about the goals for this season with the San Francisco Giants.
Well, I think it's mandatory every year, for us to be hopeful of making the playoffs. And I think we've got a team that should make the playoffs. It's very competitive in National League West. There's a lot of good teams right now vying for those wild card spots. So it's going to be a good race. But, I think we should make the playoffs this year. And I think if we do make the playoffs and we get some pitching back and get a Robbie Ray back in the second half and Cobb back, we could have one of the most formidable starting pitching staffs in baseball, which again puts us in a great position, should we make the playoffs. But I think in the meantime, we'll just take it game by game and do what we're doing right now.
He said it is mandatory. Mandatory. So we get Fleming last week talking about the goal is the playoffs, bottom line. And we get the owner saying it's mandatory. And by the way, you guys know where I'm going to go with this. Farhan Zaidi tells Susan Slessor, what? The stakes are high.
The older I get, the more I realize how absurd the sentences are by some of the people that run teams. And look, I get what the mantra has to be publicly, but the reality is, I've been a sports fan all 40 years of my life, right? You're not going to make the playoffs every year. You're just not. And I know everyone says it. We're going to win forever. We're going to win. We try to win the championship every year. That kind of goes without saying. So for him to say, we think we should make the playoffs, as definitively as he said it, every single year, that's a great thing to say. But to me, it also lacks the reality of you're not going to have playoff windows every single year. And I think it's actually more long-term realistic to be there's ebbs and flows to these things. Yep. When we feel it's appropriate, we are going to push all the chips into the middle of the table. When you're the Houston Astros right now, your window is now, right? And you're struggling. You've had a struggle at times this year. You're starting to pick it back up. But your window is right now. The Golden State Warriors, we have the franchise player, the greatest player in franchise history in Steph Curry. This feels like your window. I don't think they're going to say to whoever the coach is and whoever the players are, once Steph leaves them, it's mandatory to make the playoffs and be in a championship title run every single year. I just don't think that that's realistic. I don't think that's realistic, but I understand from a business perspective saying it out loud. It is mandatory to make the playoffs this year, and we're trying to make the playoffs every single year. But the older I get, the more I'm yeah, that sounds great in a statement. And I'm sure fans are yeah, but that's just not real. Am I tripping for saying that out loud?
It's probably not real. But when you make the playoffs one time in 7 years, you better make it real. You better at least act like you're trying. Because I tell you, as a fan, and look, I don't spend a lot of money on games. I spend money on season tickets with the Niners, but obviously, if I didn't want to, I could go for free. But I'm just speaking for fans who do have to spend top dollar. If you're going to spend top dollar, and you're going to go to these games, and you want to be entertained, you damn sure want a winner. And, mandatory to make the playoffs, well, that's what I'm talking about. Honestly, I know it's not realistic. It's not realistic to win championships. I'm no dummy. You're not going to win championships every single year. We're waiting on the Niners to win the championship. They haven't won since 1994-95. And I thought it was mandatory that they won every single year. They didn't. And they haven't for a long, long time. But I do like the mandatory that it's mandatory for us to make the playoffs every year. I like that. I can roll with that. But I like those type of expectations for the organization. So when you put on that Giants cap and you walk into, because you know what? We see the Yankees. You know what's mandatory for them? It's to win the World Series. Anything else is a disappointment. Yeah. That is the Yankee way. Even though it's unrealistic, it is a disappointment if they don't win. I like those expectations. That's how I roll.
On the surface, I agree. But I looking at the current Yankees, they've got 3 All-Stars who are been All-Stars, 5+ times each in Stanton, Judge, and Soto. It makes sense for them to have that calibration. When I look at the Giants right now.
But they always have it, though. Yankees always have that.
No, I agree. But that's why they exist in their own unique little stratosphere. And everyone wants to be in that stratosphere. But, just look at this Giants roster. How many other markets are like, oh, yeah, a Matt Chapman-led team with not one other name recognition player, that's a team that should be mandatorily making the playoffs. I'm saying, look at their roster. Well, and how many guys actually have cachet.
Okay, but then I could play the other side and say, well, look at their payroll.
Well, that's a different conversation. And here's what I'd say about the payroll. Yeah, that's not reflective of excellent GMing because you've had to overpay to put some patchwork out there. That's not money well spent.
But when you spend that type of money, all of a sudden we're looking, wait, y'all spent $190 million, you're not making the playoffs? What the hell's going on up there? It's San Francisco. Wait, $200 million? When you spent $20 on Jock Peterson?
It sure doesn't feel like $200 million now. In the sense that you don't have the long-term deals.
No, you don't.
Right, you know what I mean? It feels different.
It is different because you got all the opt-outs.
And maybe I'm splicing.
No, I like the opt-outs. I think it protects yourself, but it also tells you, boy, can you get somebody to sign here long-term? Does anybody want to be here? Do they have to come here with player options? Are you not? I mean, that doesn't tell me that you're attractive when everybody, like when the Yankee side guys, they ain't looking for no player. You know what I'm saying? You get 6-year, 5-year deals, 4-year deals, 7-year guarantees, all that stuff. Red Sox too, Dodgers, all of that. Well, Shohei's different, but, Yamamoto's got a 13-year deal, whatever the hell it is. Mookie Betts.
But they've got 3 future Hall of Famers.
I understand that.
In Kershaw, Betts, and Freeman.
They have to overpay. I get the Giants do, but with that said, they have those players. You see it, like, wow, okay. The Giants can't get those players. They haven't been able to attract those players.
Well, the Giants in the last 10 years, if I go 2015 through now, are closer to the Sacramento Kings in terms of what they've been product-wise than the Golden State Warriors, for example, right?
Yep.
So I just think that I understand the payroll, and you have to overpay though where you're at. It's like the Harrison Barnes, not Harrison Barnes. It's like the David Lee contract for the Warriors prior to winning championships. You have to overpay to get those guys.
Derek Fisher, you got $36 million.
Exactly.
Derek Fisher. Why? Because you need to show the rest of the league, like, hey, we're the Warriors. We exist. We play basketball, and we have money to spend.
But here's where I feel like this whole mandatory playoffs thing, while I understand it because jobs are at the line and this is a big boy business, I get it. I get all that.
I do love it.
I would be very frustrated if I see Ramos has 3 or 4 bad games and all of a sudden, boom, he gets sent, DFA'd because he's out of options, right? And then you bring Slater back. And it's like, well, he struggled a little and you got to go back to the veterans. You got to go back to the veterans like that. I'm not willing to do that right now. And if your argument is, well, you got to try to make the playoffs, it's like, well, wait a minute. What about the long game? Because this isn't a championship window right now. Right. You don't have Steph Curry on the roster. You don't have, Fred Warner and Nick Bosa and Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey and all these guys in a sport where dudes are here today, gone tomorrow. So, I feel like they're stuck in a catch-22.
But I do like the expectation that he's setting. It puts everybody urgency, right? We want urgency with the Giants. Well, to me, that screams urgency. When you say it's mandatory that we make the playoffs, that screams urgency. Now, he's also not happy. And by the way, shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. And shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Look, Johnson was talking about a number of things, right? Lack of success about the draft picks. The farm system was a weakness, but obviously these guys have come up here. Start of the season's been frustrating. But how much of the offseason decisions were made with attendance in mind. Here's what Johnson had to say.
It is important, attendance, and I think that's part of the reasons why, we went out and made some aggressive moves in the offseason to bring in the kind of people that draw fans. And I think it's very unfortunate for somebody like Jung-Hoo Lee, who I think the fans were just starting to really appreciate. He's an exciting player. He's got a personality. He's just the kind of person that fans can get behind. And unfortunately, we lost him early. But, at the end of the day, the ballpark and the fan support is the major part of our revenue. So we've got to make sure that we keep fans engaged and have a competitive and interesting baseball team. And, I think we put that together this year, and that was part of our thinking in the offseason.
Well, also, did they go away? Was that the thought process as they have gone away from platooning? Here's what Johnson had to say about that.
It was a discussion we all had. And again, I do think the team we had to put out there and how we approached it over the last few years was just a result of the kind of mix of players we had and, having platoon pitchers, having to bring people up and down and switching people around. We know that's not great for fan engagement. And I think part of it, having Bob Melvin in there, who has a little bit, putting pitchers in a little bit longer, putting position players in, and then going out and getting position players that can be the ones playing regardless if it's a righty or lefty and be out there more. It's just better for the fans. And, we listened to the fans and we heard the criticism and we saw the drop in attendance. We dropped down to 17th last year. We're up to 7th this year. So, I think it's working and the fans seem excited and we're just thrilled to have people back in the park, and all that helps the decisions in the offseason.
It is interesting to me that he's acknowledged the connection between the two, which we've been talking about for how many years on air. The connection between, if the fans aren't engaged, I don't care that you win 84 games with a bunch of randos.
Yep.
Because I'm not entertained and I'm not engaged. Nope. And you know why all these decisions were made? Because it hit their wallets.
Uh-huh.
And finally their money was getting screwed up. And so when he references attendance, and I get mandatory we make the playoffs, to me, it's mandatory we start connecting with our fans. Yeah. Because if we can't connect with our fans, the days of $180 million payrolls are out the window.
Gosh, I'm so happy they're going away from platooning.
It's the first time they've acknowledged it.
Yeah, I'm just so happy. Think about watching this team knowing they're platooning and they're selling it to us like, yeah, this is the best way to win games, blah, 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 blah. Real quick.
They went away from the, we're smarter than you, to the, we're listening to you and we care about your dollar.
Or, we're really not that smart.
You're smarter than us.
Yeah, we're right there. Wow. Bonte did have a point. Shasky did have a point. Wow. Let's get Farhad on the show. I'm ready for that. Johnson was asked, he was also asked if politics play into Renell Brooks' move before we get to Caller of the Week. Here's what he had to say about that.
Was there any chance or any way that her political statements or social movement statements clash with, we know your father continues to donate to extremely right-wing causes. Was there any conflict there between her and your father, or her and anyone in ownership on a political?
Absolutely not. The ownership does not get involved in those kind of decisions, and that would be inappropriate to do that.
Very short. Very short. How the politics of his dad, Charles, impacts the baseball team?
My view is that baseball and sports brings people together of all views. And the more we try to go red versus blue to divide orange versus black is a huge mistake. And I would say that we should focus on the Giants and baseball and not get into political views.
I mean,
he's a politician, right?
But Bonte, the reality is that you and I see this because we're trying to reach the largest, amount of people as possible. And when you do start talking about things that are quote unquote political, you divide your consumer base.
No doubt. And I do believe in Renell Brooks Moon, who I had a conversation with a couple weeks ago. I do believe that some of her political views, the Black Lives Matter movement, did hit some people in that organization hard, and they didn't forget. I truly believe that. That's just what I believe. I could be dead wrong, but those answers right there kind of give me that, kind of makes me feel like I'm right in that situation. But anyway, it's time for Caller of the Week. This week's caller is Vince in the City, who kept it real about athletes and their money. Let's go to Vince real quick in the city.
We're from the Bay, right? This is the Bay. This is all about independent hustle. Why is everybody so worried about how much these players are making? Why are you pocket watching? You don't know how many hours each one of these guys have put in the gym since they were kids. Mm-hmm. You're talking about pro athletes who are probably top 3 or 1% or whatever it is of the population who are able to make a living in pro sports, most of the time their careers don't even last more than 4 years of their first contract. So while a lot of us as fans, I understand that you're frustrated, but you got to remember these players are getting contracts off of work that they have already put in and their performances that they've already made.
Vince of the City kept it a buck. John Shirley will keep it a buck. That was Caller of the Week. Caller to the roast. And if your call is better than the rest, you could be named Caller of the Week, too. All right, John Sterling, a real treat. Longtime Yankee broadcaster, recently retired. He's going to join us to talk about the Bronx Bombers as they're in town to take on the Giants for a 3-game set. Good. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it's African-American Heritage Night today at Oracle Park. And you got Marcus Stroman on the mound against Jordan Hicks. How about that?
That is really cool.
That is really cool.
And Sunday is Lou Gehrig Day.
Lou Gehrig Day, yep. Lou Gehrig.
With the Yankees in town.
With the Yankees in town, the luckiest guy in the world. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Chilton Auto Body, John Sterling.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore.
pitch is swung on and hit in the air to center field and deep. Back goes Yastrzemski on the track at the wall. She is gone. Unbelievable. Aaron Judge in his first at-bat of the year hits a home run to dead center. It is a Judgian blast. All rise. Here comes the Judge.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Need you to dig up. Is there a Soto call anywhere? Do you have a Soto call? I love John Sterling. Retired this season with the New York Yankees. He was broadcasting their games on the radio side since 1989 on WFAN.
He's wonderful. Marvelous.
Now, since retirement, April 15th, he said he was tired of traveling. So they honored him on April 20th. This past season. And look, he's up there in age, man. He is 85 years old, so has a flip phone. Couldn't read Sam Levin's text, but he did call him back, and we're going to effort getting him on the air with the Pinstripes here, as the Pinstripes are in town. The New York Yankees, the Bronx Bombers, Aaron Judge, Juan Soto,
Carlos
Rodon, who pitched well yesterday. Luis Gil. They're going to miss him, though. They're going to miss him. They're going to see Cortez and Stroman.
He was dominant.
Yankees haven't announced a starter for Saturday's game tomorrow night, 7:05 p.m. Today's 7:15? 7:15 first pitch today? Wow. It gives me a little extra time at this softball game, I guess. I don't know. John Sterling joins us now on the Morning Roast here with Joe Shaskin, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill, and longtime Yankee broadcaster. Now since retirement back on April 15th, but we love playing his calls. Longtime Yankee broadcaster. John, good morning, man, or good afternoon out there on the East Coast. Thanks for spending some time with us here on the West Coast.
Well, it's my pleasure. No, it's still morning. It's 11:30, which is a good time for me. So thank you for having me on your show.
Absolutely, man. We love talking about the Yankees and the brand and everything like that. And John Carlo, obviously Aaron Judge having a great year. Juan Soto looks like a perfect Yankee. And let's just start there because obviously you're retired, but I know you're still keeping up with the team here. Juan Soto just feels like the perfect Yankee. He was made for the Pinstripes, John. Come on now. And your call, we just played your home run call with Juan Soto. What has his impact been like in the Bronx this season?
Well, of course, Juan Soto would be great on any team because he's a tremendous player. But the Yankees last year were a terrible hitting team, very un-Yankee-like. And they had very few left-hand hitters. And so Soto was absolutely the perfect guy for the Yankees. And they have a much better hitting team. They're much more balanced. Volpe is a better player. Judge, after a slow start, has been phenomenal, but Soto has been very important to the Yanks, no question.
You know, how are Yankee fans feeling about Aaron Boone? You know, it feels like every year this guy's been on the hot seat, and I get a kick out of him. I really like him. He loves dusting it up with the umpires. But how are Yankee fans about him right now? How do they feel about him right now?
Well, right now the Yankees are 39-19, and in first place. And just a smidge behind the Phils for the best record. So right now, Booney is a terrific guy. He's very easygoing. He never knocks a player, so the players love him. And, so right now, everything is good. But in New York, and this is true, the Knicks and the Rangers who've been in the playoffs, and if you don't win at all, you haven't done your job. So, I mean, there's a long way to go for the Yankees, but right now, because the team's in first place, Boone's in good shape. In New York, there's not a lot of in between. I always kid that when you lose a game, you're the worst team ever to play ever in that sport. When you win a game, championship. So there's not a lot of middle ground.
John, Bonte and I were talking about this morning, and, you referenced the Knicks, and Jalen Brunson seems to be a huge star right now. But Aaron Judge had a monster month, and he's been there a lot longer. Now, I know he hasn't won the big one. Who's the bigger star currently? Is it Aaron Judge, or is it Jalen Brunson in New York?
Well, I will tell you what I think, whatever that means. I never saw anyone mean more to a team than Jalen Brunson. I mean, he carried the team. In fact, with different players hurt, Thibodeau's offense was Brunson. And he'd dribble around, go up some high picks, dribble around until he could find his shot. And he's amazing that he's able to find his shot. So I thought this year he had as great a year for a team that a player could have. You know, it's different in baseball because one guy, I don't care how good he is, he can't carry the team. In basketball, it's very different, of course.
Yeah, we saw that with the Angels all those years with Mike Trout. You can't carry the team. You brought up the Rangers. Tussle off to the Rangers last night to the Florida Panthers, John. At the Garden, losing 3-2. Now they facing elimination. But we'll move on. I do want to ask you about this, John, because obviously you were with the Yankees for a long, long time. And I believe this was their second season. And I just started watching this documentary on Peacock, The Bronx Zoo, the 1990 Yankees. Nobody ever talks about them. And I get why they don't talk about them. After watching the documentary. John, what do you remember about that long lost season with the New York Yankees, 1990, when they threw a no-hitter in Chicago, Comiskey Park, and lost the game?
Yeah. No, what year were you talking about?
1990.
Well, I got here in 89.
Right.
And they were awful. And I knew they were going to be awful. I looked at the team. I thought, oh, my goodness, who's going to hit? And, 90 and 91 were just as bad. But then Stick Michael became the GM, Buck Showalter became the manager, and the team started to improve. And, of course, it came to a crescendo with Joe Torre, who won 4 times in 5 years. But I don't remember 1990 as anything special other than they weren't a good team.
Right. Well, we're watching this documentary as young kids like Shasky and I. We didn't know much about the 1990 Yankees. And, boy, there was a cast of characters on that team. Not good at all. And that had to be rough broadcasting that team every single day, knowing they were losing games left and right. And you had primetime Deion Sanders on that team.
Well, 1998 was, obviously the most special year. Actually, our favorite year was 96. I'm talking about Michael and Susan and myself. They weren't expected to do anything, and they hired a friend of mine, Joe Torre, to be the manager. And in 96, they did so many things right to go all the way and win the championship. 98, they just had a fabulous team. I'll tell you one thing about 98 where you can't go wrong. They scored the most runs in baseball, and they gave up the fewest runs in baseball. So if you score the most and give up the fewest, you're going to have a hell of a year. And let's face it, they had a hell of a year.
Hey, John, you were with this team for so long. You're synonymous with the Yankees. And when I think of the Yankees, we were having this conversation about what they represent. It's like excellence, high quality, America, baseball, New York, the insignia, all the great players, whether it's Babe Ruth, DiMaggio, Garrick, Mickey Mantle, Yogi Berra, Reggie Jackson, stealing other people's players. What's it like going on the road as a part of one of the biggest sports teams in America? Does it still have the same cachet currently that it did back in the 2000s and into the 90s?
Well, it was fabulous, no question. And, I always say that, let's say the Yanks are playing the Red Sox when they were, blood enemies. I would say it's grist for a broadcaster's mill, grist for my mill. So many people care about it. Listen, watch, jam the stadiums. So that's all great. And with the Yankees, I'll tell you another thing that happened that I thought was great. Interleague play came in 97.
Mm-hmm.
And from that point, every time the Yankees went to a National League city, sold out. I don't care what team you mentioned. San Diego sold out 3 games. And so, that was very exciting to be with the Yankees during that period. Yes, sir.
No, sorry to cut you off, John. I thought you were done there because I was going to ask you the difference between the Steinbrenners. George Steinbrenner, obviously outspoken, boisterous, always making the tabloids, and it felt like he helped that Yankee brand go to another level. Now you get Hal running the team, and they're a little quiet. We don't know much about them. How are the young Steinbrenners compared to their father, George?
Well, George was as different as any human being could be. I must tell you that George Steinbrenner, for whatever reason, really liked me and told me so several times. Hal is much easier, easygoing, has strong opinions, but no one can be like his dad. I mean, George was cut from a different cloth. So, I'll tell you one thing about the '98. I just realized that in '98, Michael Kay was my partner, and we would begin the pregame. Why, I don't know, but we would do 2 or 3 minutes of nonsense leading into the interviews and whatever else was on the pregame. Well, it was on the pregame. There's a lot of spots. It was on the pregame, but I can recall saying to him, and this is in '98 when they really started winning. And I began once by saying to Michael, are they going to win every day? I mean, it's not baseball. And that's the way it was for a good period of '98.
Did George ever fire you and then rehire you?
No, he just... I could go through the stories. I don't know how much time you have.
We got plenty of time
I want to hear any of them. Like, did you ever say anything on air that he took umbrage with?
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll give you 3 quick. '89, my first spring training, it was in Fort Lauderdale. And Sunday evening, 6-ish, you're going out for, drinks and dinner. And I'm on the elevator. And who's on the elevator? George. Only George. And we rode a floor or so. And then he turned to me and said, I just want you to know, I always wanted you to do Yankee games. And see, in the 70s, I had a talk show in New York, and I was doing play-by-play. And then in a couple of years later, I had kind of defended him. The Yanks were awful. He was getting knocked every day. And I said on the air, which he must have heard, I said, why don't they knock the players? They're the ones who aren't hitting or aren't pitching. And we were in Milwaukee a couple of nights later in a rain delay. And I was just walking around and killing time. And George was in a booth. And he saw me. And he stopped, John, he stopped me. And he said, I just want you to know, you'll always be the Yankee announcer. If they try to replace you, I'll veto it. So anyway, that's George. He is great. Even after the worst loss, the last game lost in the playoffs in '95 to Seattle, it was a great series.
Mm-hmm.
I had to walk to get to where the bus was in back of the center field fence. You had to walk to the dugout and on the field, and there is George standing there. And the proverbial steam is coming from his ears. So I had to walk past him, and he said, don't worry, there'll be changes. Not you and Michael. You guys are great. So that's how great George was to me. So I'm very lucky.
There definitely was changes. Buck was out the door. What, a day or two later? Buck Showalter, it was a cold game. And he helped rebuild the Yankees, man. But it feels like we do miss George Steinbrenner, that type of character in baseball, that type of owner who all he wanted to do was win, win, win. He's addressing the team. He's doing all the radio interviews. He's making out of tabloids here. Go ahead, John.
Well, one thing George did for baseball, he showed the other owners how to make money out of their franchises. This is all before the local sports networks. Mets have one, the Yankees have one, and he showed in different ways how to concoct revenue streams. And, baseball now is a phenomenal success. Now, baseball is now, I don't really know the figure, but I'll throw something out that's close. Baseball is a $10 billion a year business. And George really helped in that regard. So,
you had so many opportunities to cover the greatest of the greats. And then you also, I'm sure, had to see some of the legends come by Yankee Stadium at times. Who is your personal favorite Yankee of all time? It doesn't have to be the greatest player or whatever that you ever saw, but who's the guy, for whatever reason, is your favorite?
Well, I'll give you one you'd never think of. I won't say he's my only favorite, but I like him very much, and I'll tell you what I used to say about him. Anyway, the guy was Hideki Matsui.
Huh.
And he was the loveliest gentleman. And the greatest teammate. You don't have to do anything for Hideki Matsui. He just went out to play hard every single day. So there's one of them. I really liked him, and I used to say about him, and it's too bad that he's Japanese because he is the All-American boy. He's everything you want on a team. So
Matsui.
Well, fellas, I am going to run for a brunch date.
Hey, well, you go do that, John.
John, you gave us great
20 minutes.
Thank you.
20 minutes that we didn't ask for.
Salute.
It was great. We love you. We always play your highlights. Enjoy your retirement. Hopefully, we talk again soon as the Yankees are in town this weekend. Take care, John.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Anytime. John Sterling here on the Mourning Roast on 95.7 The Game. And hey, fellas, I got to go to a brunch date. He's chilling. He's living his best life right now. Living his best life. Hideki Matsui, where were you going to think he was going to go?
I didn't think.
You didn't think it? No.
Matsui, but Godzilla is one of my favorites. I loved everything about him. Number 55. Come on, man. He was sweet. You know how many home runs he hit with the Yankees? 7 years.
175.
140.
140. Okay. Well, because he moved on to the Tampa Bay Rays.
Yeah, he bounced.
It's weird when he went to the Rays.
He was an Angel one year.
Yeah, he was with the Rays
obviously.
too. Yeah, he was with the Rays.
Ohtani just passed him recently, right, for most home runs by a Japanese-born player in Major League Baseball.
And then, how many do you think Aaron Judge has in his career? He's been in the league 9 years.
For a second. That's who he was.
Yeah, he was an A's.
Yeah, that's right. He was at the A's for a second. I forgot all about that.
That was during their run of Frank Thomas is out there?
Yeah. Right.
We'll take him.
Frank was really good.
No, Frank was awesome. What are you talking about?
He's amazing.
He was awesome. Was he in that Twins series you guys lost with Zito at the end?
Yeah.
He was so good. Aaron Judge. How many home runs do you think he's got in his Yankee career? 9 years. 9 years.
9 years. I would say
COVID year is one of them.
I would say he has over 300 home runs.
275.
275?
You're right there.
Yep. He'll get to 300 this year. He's at 18 right now.
Monte.
He's gotten hot.
300 is nothing to scoff at.
So who are Giants fans more upset about not getting? Is it Bryce Harper or Aaron Judge?
What about
or is it Stanton?
Well, I wanted Stanton. I freely admit.
I wanted all these guys.
Not Ohtani? I thought Ohtani was going to be part of it.
Ohtani. Yeah, Ohtani too. We wanted all these guys.
No, but the Giants did. They said basically to the Marlins, hey, we'll open up our cupboard.
Yep.
Who do you want? And they were like, yeah, we don't want Christian Arroyo.
Yeah.
That ended up being very smart by them.
I'm out.
But Aaron Judge, I wanted via free agency, but I'll just raise my own hand. Bryce Harper was the guy I wanted. He was younger when he hit free agency. I thought he was a more dynamic presence. I thought that team needed him desperately at that point. Aaron Judge felt like a, Hail Mary, but I wanted him too.
Yeah.
But I wanted, if I had to weigh the difference between the two, I wanted Bryce more.
Yeah. I wanted all these guys just as much. I just wanted one of them. I just wanted somebody. Bryce, Judge, Stanton, Ohtani, Correa. I just wanted somebody. By the way, Adam Schefter just tweeted this. It's sold out. It's sold out event. What about this? I just have to bring it up.
Okay.
It's #random.
Is it Darren Waller's new concert or something?
No. I may go to that concert if he does have a little concert benefit. Former Eastern Illinois University quarterbacks Sean Payton,
Jimmy G,
Mike Shanahan,
yeah,
Tony Romo, and Jimmy Garoppolo are returning to their alma mater this weekend for the Evening with Champions fundraiser. Fitting. you.
Mike's a champion.
Sean's a champion. Jimmy's a champion.
I mean,
he's backup quarterback.
Two-time champion.
Two-time champion. Two-time champion. Tony Romo's the only non-champion on this list.
That's like me going up there I didn't participate in the group project, but I'm here to accept the award.
Somebody had to run scout team quarterback.
Hey, Steve Young claims those backup rings.
You're damn right he does. Bernie Kosar does.
Steve actually started games in those years, though.
Hey.
So did Jimmy.
I mean, he was 1-1 or whatever.
Hey, Jimmy's got the jewelry, baby. Don't hate the game. Don't hate the player. Hate the game.
Him and Jacoby.
So you got 3 champions: Sean Payton, Mike Shanahan, and Jimmy Garoppolo.
There are times I hate you.
Hey, Jimmy Garoppolo's a champion. I know it pains us. He didn't win a championship with the Niners, but hey, he's got a 2-1 record in the Super Bowl.
They're all having a great life and career. Jimmy Garoppolo, sneakily, great career so far.
Great career. Oh, my gosh. Imagine him. And he gets, once he's out of Dodge, you don't see him at all.
He understands how to deconnect from social media in a way that I'm jealous.
Oh, I'm getting there. I'm getting close. Trying to disconnect from the softball game later today.
He's really smart. He's like, oh, Stafford's still good? I'll go be the backup there.
Yeah, why not? And you know Stafford's going to get hurt and miss a game or two.
I mean, Stafford's been really good.
He has been really good, but he may get hurt in the game, and Jimmy G may get in there.
I mean, being in L.A. holding a clipboard.
Wow.
I just standing next to Sean McVay, you're going to get another contract.
I need Jimmy G. When did Niners play the Rams?
Well,
What's the first game? Is it week 3?
Week 3 when he comes off suspension. Week 3 against the Rams. Yeah.
The return of Jimmy G. Oh, it's gonna be great.
He did outplay Brock Purdy in the preseason. What was it called?
Oh, the scrimmages.
The scrimmages.
Well, that you guys all took seriously. Remember, you talk about jumping a shark. Those shows. That's why I told myself I can't do preseason football. I may just take all of August off.
Well, the boss is like, we need everyone here.
They're not running the ball enough.
They're not running the ball enough.
No Connell versus Trey Lance.
Right. Yeah. They didn't run the ball enough. They can't stop the run in the preseason. The Raiders outplayed us.
Time out. That ended up being true in the regular season. They didn't stop the run.
No, stop.
D-tackle was a problem.
No, but you guys are talking about the Raiders outplayed them in practice. We're getting outplayed in practice. They didn't run the ball enough in the preseason game. I wanted to break this microphone so bad that day, that Monday.
You were leaning into it.
No, I wasn't. I was just like,
888-957-957. Are you worried about Brock Purdy with a giant grin on his face?
I have to remember the first day of training camp, walking off the field, and Bonte being like, "Oh man, what's going on? Sam Darnold looks like the best quarterback on that field. What is going on right now?" You were convinced that Sam Darnold was the starting quarterback on day one.
No. I was convinced that Sam Darnold looked better than Trey Lance. And I said Trey Lance should go to the CFL.
I think we were all convinced after practices for a couple weeks, like, Darnold's going to get a look. And he did.
He looked better than all of them.
Terrible against Carson Wentz.
He was looking better than all of them.
Your Sam Darnold prediction did come true, though. He did start a game.
It did. And you know what? He's going to start week 2 against the 49ers, U.S. Bank Stadium, in the trap game.
He's beating out McCarthy?
I don't know.
Imagine if the Niners faced Darnold and Jimmy in back-to-back weeks.
Oh, my God.
Sam Darnold.
3-0 to start.
Sam Darnold doesn't beat out J.J. McCarthy. He should just retire.
Did you see the video of Aaron Rodgers, by the way, who you played week 1? He looked so slow. I couldn't believe. Now, I don't know if he's just going in slow. What? Yeah, but it's the Achilles. He's like waddling.
Well, it is only May or June.
I'm just saying, this is a guy who said he was going to be healthy for the last 3 weeks of the NFL season, and he looks still hurt.
Just give him a shot. We'll see what happens.
Ivermectin's on its way.
Just give him a shot.
Hey, listen, man.
A tremendous shot.
Y'all laughing. Y'all laughing, by the way.
A lot of shots.
By the way, we keep talking about that guy. Like, I honestly, the guy is such a... I'm not even going to get to it.
Which guy? Aaron Rodgers?
No, the guy who lost the cases yesterday, who was a former president.
A lot of cases.
Don't talk about
34 of them.
That crook. That narcissist.
January 6th.
That clown. That bad human being. 6th,
whatever that.
That misogynistic prick that was a president here. Talk about that guy. Sorry to get so serious, but he's terrible. He's what's wrong with this country. Where was I going to get you? Oh, Minnesota, week 2. Monday Night Football against the Jets. Week 2, Minnesota's the ultimate trap game. You do not want to lose to Sam Darnold. And then you got week 3 with the Rams. Oh, this is
ultimate trap game. Thing I've ever heard. I watched this guy look so utterly mediocre against a Rams team that had nothing to play for. Carson Wentz was playing for something.
Yeah, it's Carson Wentz.
Off one game.
Darnold knew what time it was. Darnold knew what time it was. He's a good locker room guy.
Carson Wentz soon to be 2-time champion because he's a backup with the Chiefs now.
So they're about to go 3 in a row. That's for sure. That is for sure. Week 7. Sell your tickets if you want to see that bloodbath. Be sure to be tuned in to 95.7 The Game starting Monday, June 3rd for a chance to win a great gift for Dad this Father's Day, an autographed Stephen Curry jersey. You think the Niners beat the Chiefs in week 7? Please.
I mean, can we get to week 4 before I even start thinking about the Chiefs?
Is Brandon Ayuk going to be on the team?
Yeah, probably not.
Or Christian McCaffrey?
Not. He may be old out. Don't know what's going on with the 49ers. That's what we're talking about Burrows at 9:20. Matty B, athletic, 9:20. The contest starts, by the way, for the Steph Curry autographed jersey. Steph Curry autographed jersey. Great gift for Father's Day, right?
I mean, it's just a great gift.
Yeah. Well, the contest starts Monday, June 3rd. You'll have 3 chances to qualify each day. On the morning roast at 7:30, 12:30 with Steiny and Goo, 4:30 with Willard and Dibs. So write those times down and listen starting Monday. Now let's see who execute these promos the best. when it comes to Monday, or who's qualified, because you already know, oh, you guys do something 30, something 50, you drop the ball, you put some qualified, talk about step, blah, 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 look.
Can I ask you a question?
No.
And I'm looking at the television right now.
No, you can't ask me a question.
And it's Mad Dog Russo, who I actually love and hate simultaneously. Hate his Giants opinions, love everything he represents on sports radio. In fact, part of me models part of my game after him. You're Mike Francesa in this equation, right? Mike and the Mad Dog, and the older white guy.
Better looking.
Yeah, absolutely. More successful. And I'm more
He never was on television. Mike, right? Did he host a television show? No? Maybe.
No, well, he did like the simulcast.
Yeah, the simulcast.
WFAN.
Well, that's what we need. We need a simulcast.
Trust me, we need that.
Isn't that kind of what we do on YouTube?
Yeah.
No, I mean like on television.
On NBC Sports?
Yes.
Yeah, talk to the higher ups.
Like Gary
If only we knew someone at NBC Sports who could make that happen.
Well, honestly,
I love you so
I mean,
much.
I can make it happen for myself, but my crew here, we're talking about a bunch of 4A players around here on the Morning Roast.
I'm imagining that pitch. It's like, there's like, we've got a show, a tremendous show, a lot of show. No, but honestly, I'm looking at my Mad Dog Chris Russo on the television.
I can't. I got Austin Slater with me, man. What do you guys want me to do? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, everybody. I'm kidding. You're more John Carlos Stanton, Aaron Judge than you're Austin Slater.
And I will shave for the team.
Yeah. You will. I won't.
You think I'm going to age like Mad Dog? His hair looks great. He's still got it.
Do I think you're going to age like Mad Dog?
I mean, like he's better now than ever. I feel like he's on First Take.
Well,
he's on MLB Network.
Well,
like I want to age the way Mad Dog.
Are you saying like age career wise or age like appearance wise?
Here's the thing. So
appearance wise or what? Do you want to
Dre Dog, the rapper. I'm going rapper here.
Right.
Said that he changed his name to Andre Nicotina because he didn't want to be in his 40s and 50s being called Dre Dog. Mad Dog is like got to be close to the 60s, or maybe even he is older than 60, and it feels like he can still get away with all the doggyisms, if you will. He can do a lot of the same stuff and still gets away with it.
64.
There we go. I've thought long and hard about disassociating myself from the handle for a long, long time. Will I be able to age well as I have teenagers and I get into my 50s, and hopefully live and last as long as in my 60s? I mean, am I going to be able to pull off what the Mad Dogs pulled off?
In terms of looks?
Because you're good to go.
Well, in terms of, I'm not good to go.
No, you've never been better.
No. I'm just well-rounded. You're never.
That guy's like a bottle of wine.
You're never good to go in this business, number one. We could all be clipped. That one tomorrow. We could be clipped.
No,
all right?
no. That's
what I'm saying. That's why we need to work for the cheap for as long as we can, so we don't get fired. As soon as you start making some money, boom, you're out the door the next year. They're looking to slash salary. 707, you idiot. I'm going to say that Xfinity mobile text line. You idiot. One, if you're talking about looking, I don't know if you're going to look like Mad Dog or have the hair like Mad Dog.
Well, I can slick it back and cover the bald spot. That's the move. Like Pat Riley does that.
All right.
A lot of people get away with that.
Right.
I think, I'm taking showers and I'm getting haircuts, but I need you to stay at home. Gavin Newsom does that. That was my Gavin Newsom. Notice I've got waxed on the chest because he's always got like 3 buttons open.
I was kidding with Shasky the Slater comment. Gosh.
No, that's what we do. We make fun of each other.
I was kidding.
But honest to God, and I'm never going to be on TV like that. But do you think I'll be able to age with this shtick the way I do? Because this is who I am.
I don't know. You made it this far. I think you'd be fine.
I worry about it.
I have no idea where the business is going to be in 20 years. I have no idea where this industry is going to be in 20 years. It's already losing its luster. And honestly, the industry, sports talk radio as a whole, when we're talking about positivity and highlight communities and stuff like that, it does have a negative connotation tied next to sports radio because you hear a lot of guys yelling. And my problem is, too, with a lot of the sports talk radio hosts who talk that talk, I never see them at games. On Costa America. I remember when I started going to games as, hosting with Greg Papa, and obviously I didn't talk much on that show, but I would still go to games and cover it at night. And PR people all the time.
A lot of listening.
A lot of listening. Well, it depends on the day. I was doing a lot of gambling during those 8-minute monologues.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I was making all kind of money. Making money on top of money. Listen.
You're right, Pop.
There's not a lot of guys who go out there to the locker rooms and the games. And so when they talk that talk, they never show their face. So they hide behind the microphone is basically what I'm saying. And they spew this negativity behind the microphone without going to games. I go to games. I see a lot of some radio. I see Evan and I see Lubman in games all the time. But a lot of radio hosts I've seen just don't even show up. And there's this negative connotation. So I don't know where sports radio is going to be in 20 years. So maybe you do age like Mad Dog. Maybe he's just on a different platform. I have no idea, though.
Well, to your point about like ripping players and not going to the locker rooms, I do think that there's an element of that. I actually think in the other direction, I pay for my tickets 99.9% of the time, right? And I like to sit with the fans. And I think that gives me a completely different perspective even though I am a part of media, and I acknowledge that now, and, I feel like I'm a renegade behind enemy lines, but I'm still paying for my tickets. And I do think that there are a lot of media, Bonte, who have forgotten what it's like to shell out the money and sit with the fans and what it's like to be a fan. Because at some level, you had to be a fan to get into this industry.
You would think. But I'm not going to lie. Look, I spend money on 49er tickets. I really don't want to, but it's more for the family. It's
memories for
family,
you.
Memories and Baby
love
it. And it's fine. But I also love going to games for free. Who doesn't like going to games for free?
Who doesn't like free, period?
Free food.
I'm wearing a free jacket right now.
Being on the field for free, being on the court for free, being around the team for free, being in the locker rooms for free. Free is me, baby. I'm all about that free 99 movement. What about Leandro Bo? Leandro Bo.
What's up, Mo?
What's up, Leandro Bo?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
I just wanted to call in. I know I missed some of the shout-outs already passed, but just wanted to give a shout-out to Brother Joe Shasky. Last year, Joe, you did a little segment on, buying a house. And I text the Xfinity mobile text line, blah, blah, blah. And I just want to, give a shout-out to you because today I'm signing my contract to close on a house. And, I took your advice, and I never forgot what you said, brother. And I just want to give a shout-out to everybody out there. Hey, don't, just like Shasky said, trust the process. If you're married, trust your partner. You guys, whatever you believe in, trust that higher power and just, so just wanted to call in. Today's a blessed day for me and my family.
So you put it in,
I'm really happy for you.
I'm really happy for you.
Really happy for you, bro.
You put it in God's head? God's hands there? You trust the process?
I'm sorry, bro?
No, I said you put it in God's hands?
Yeah, put it in all the time. Put everything, leave everything in God's hands, And God is good all the time. All the time, God is good. Yeah. And shout out to you boys. Hey, you guys keep doing your thing. And I just had to come on here and thank you, brother. God bless you both.
You too,
and
man.
Y'all have a blessed weekend.
Hell yeah. Homeownership is one of the hardest things on the planet. Some people never get the opportunity or to have the resources or can never just get ahead in general. But if you educate yourself, I'm not saying it's easy, and I'm not here to say that it is for everyone because everyone's got their own things and stuff. But there are some resources out there if you do your studying. I didn't even have a high school education, all right? And I studied it because of the internet, thank God. And we got an FHA loan many, many years ago. We would not have been able, and it was the right time, right place, and we grinded. We went nowhere. I watched people travel all over and buy this and buy that. And it was not easy. I'm not here to say it. We got very lucky. I wasn't saddled with student debt. There were a lot of things, but we didn't have any family money at all. And me and my wife found a way to make it work. And again, I'm not saying that anyone could do it. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that if you grind hard enough and some things fall into place and you get lucky enough and you're willing to compromise certain things, there are resources out there. And good for Leandro Mo, man. That's a life-changing thing.
That is awesome. All right,
God bless him.
Real quick, you're listening to 95.7 The Game. See, we still got 2.5 minutes. It's love it. We don't have to do it right at 9 o'clock. 9:07. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMG FM and AC1 San Francisco. By the way, when we read these legals, does everybody in their car just think, yeah, we know we're listening to 95.7 The Game. We can see it on our station now. I always wondered about that. And Odyssey
the
Sports
FCC
Station.
knows.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. The FCC knows.
You reap what you
we're
sow,
talking about
brother.
aging like that, dog. Well, with the way our show rolls, with all the curse words and everything, even Carter. You missed that, Spinoni. Ask Lubman about that.
No, don't talk about that.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you can also watch us every day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open at First NorCal First Class Money Market today. It's time for You Don't Know Jack, presented by great friends Jack Restaurant and Bar. This week, a defendant in Michigan doesn't know jack about how to act when you have a suspended license. Oh, this is Unbelievable.
I sent this to the thread.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Tate for Mr. Harris, who should be present via Zoom.
Mr. Harris, are you driving?
Actually, I'm pulling into my doctor's office, actually. So just give me 1 second. I'm parking right now.
You stationary?
I'm pulling in right now at this second. Yes, I am.
All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, we are respectfully requesting an adjournment in this matter, up possibly 2 to 4 weeks if the court would allow.
So maybe I don't understand something. This is a driver with a license suspended?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And he was just driving, and he didn't have a license.
That is with the charges, Your Honor, yes.
No, I'm looking at his record. He doesn't have a license. He's suspended and he's just driving.
That is correct, Your Honor.
I don't even know why he would do that. So defendant's bond is revoked in this matter. Defendant is turning himself into the Washington County Jail by 6 p.m. today. Failure to turn himself in will result in a bench warrant with no bond.
This guy is driving. They're on Zoom.
I know.
And he's driving around. I'm parking. Just give me a second with a suspended license. And the judge.
And the judge is laughing like, wait, what are you doing? Oh, man.
It's the long silence, then the, like that. Oh, that was great.
I hate it had to be a brother. And he's like, hold on, I'm parking right now. Hold on, I'm parking.
The best was that came out like a couple days ago.
Yeah.
And then yesterday, all this stuff happens politically with Donald Trump. And the first meme I see is the look of that guy. And I said, this was Trump's face when they announced the verdict. And it was that guy where he realized he got caught.
Freaking dummy.
Oh, my
what
God.
A dumbass,
the internet is the best. We have to laugh. We have to laugh to hide the pain.
Yeah, but I
societal pain.
I'm not going to lie. When it comes to Trump, I don't find many things funny. I don't. When I know. I hate to be that guy.
The funny.
I can't do. He's a terrible human being. Those guys shouldn't exist. I mean, he's a terrible. Oh my God. I get it. He's got his little quirks and everything, but he's a terrible person. Terrible for years. Like this stuff has been going on with Trump for 45 freaking years. Gosh, and that guy was the president of this country. Unbelievable. We can't find any better candidates around here.
Well, that's the number one thing. As I addressed a bunch of high school students.
We get Sleepy Joe and Trump. Come on, man.
It's the two-party system's not working.
Dude.
I don't know, Joe.
All right, that was You Don't Know Jack, brought to you by Jack's Restaurant and Bar with locations in Pleasant Hill, San Bruno, San Mateo, San Jose, and Newark. You can also order on DoorDash. Learn more at ilovejacks.com. Matt Barrows coming up. Matt Barrows from The Athletic to talk a little Niners here on a Friday. More coming up here on the Morning Roast, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Save on quality protein at Whole Foods Market. Get no antibiotics ever, air-chilled, boneless, skinless chicken.
You're in the building, you listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey,
No.
hey. Yee!
I'm not hard on Brock, but Chris Sims is. He ranked Brock Purdy as his 17th best quarterback in the league. He ranked him as his 17th best quarterback in the league. Chris Sims did. Said he should have thrown 4 picks against the Green Bay Packers. Get mad at him, not me. He's the expert, right? I'm not hard on Brock, trust me. I shouldn't have opened up the political bag, Shasky. It's never goes well.
That's tough.
It never goes well.
That's why I say we just got to laugh at all sides.
Oh, man. I just rather not even talk about him, to be honest with you. I'd rather talk 49er football. And I'd rather talk about this contest we have coming up. Big-time contest. Be sure to be tuned in to 95.7 The Game, starting on Monday, June 3rd. I heard that, Shasky. June 3rd for a chance to win a great gift for your dad, this Father's Day. An autographed Stephen Curry jersey. The contest starts Monday, June 3rd. You'll have 3 chances to qualify each day. Once per show at 7:30, 12:30 with Saidi Iku, and 4:30 with Willard or Dibbs. So write those times down and listen starting on Monday.
I know we're going to get into the 49ers. I want to tease something. Something that has happened to me in recent weeks, months, years that I never had happen to me before. I get car sick now when I'm not driving. It's weird. I took an Uber yesterday, to and from, and I got really, really bad car sickness.
That doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me.
I was overheating. I couldn't breathe. My stomach, my eyes, my head, everything. And it was like, it took me a second to recalibrate. Is it me just getting old? I don't know what it is.
Matt Barrows might know what it is.
Listen, Matt Barrows, don't get involved in this. Listen, this guy said, Matt, honestly, this guy gets hurt walking down the street. He's playing at all these softball games, pickup basketball games, and he's a walking injury. So nobody's surprised that Joe Shasky gets in the Uber and all of a sudden he's feeling sick. Matt, come on, this is what I got to deal with every day, Matty B.
Have you been on a swing as an adult?
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Yeah. Good
Really?
on those. Yeah, I'm good on those. Yeah.
Roller coasters?
Yeah, I do the upside down machines at the club, when I'm working out and
So
stuff.
you're good there?
And I'm good there. It's, for whatever reason, in the back of a car, in an Uber, when I'm taking a ride, I get kind of car sick. I hate admitting it.
Maybe it's a control thing. Like you need to be the driver. You can't be a passenger. Allow somebody else to be handling that part of it.
Matt, that would make sense.
Yeah.
But then what about my radio career? Because I'm clearly a passenger to Bonte's success.
No. He's a control freak. Trust me. He's a control freak, Matty B. I know that. That's why we bump heads so many times. Hey, listen, let's get to the 49ers here. A lot going on with the Niners, obviously. The Brandon Ayuk stuff. What's the latest there? Christian McCaffrey let's start with McCaffrey, Matty B, because we were joking, Shasky and I, back in January, I think. And we were talking about the Ayuk stuff because we knew that this could happen with Brandon Ayuk. But we're looking at contracts and kind of just quipped like, we better hope McCaffrey doesn't hold out at any point. He deserves a lot of money. Deserves a lot of money. I don't know what that was. What happened? You just dropped him? What happened?
No, he dropped. When you hear that noise,
gave you
that
the
little
Ric
beep,
Flair.
that means they hung up.
Oh, man. I thought I was on the roll there.
That was the less polite John Sterling way of just like, I'm done with this.
And I mean, that's that flush was brought to you.
He's got to go to brunch.
Plumbing and trade. He's got to go get brunch. How about John Sterling just saying, yeah, hey, guys, I got to run. That's it for us.
I kind of
20
liked
minutes.
it. I respected it.
I kind of wish I could do that. Just tell a station, hey, man, I got to roll, man. Talk to you guys later.
When you
I got a
can,
brunch
what are they
date.
going to say though? Like you can say that. It's like I got a prior. Like, hey, I told your producer, right?
Because a lot of people with me, they do the, hold on, one second. Matt Deegan loves doing this. Wait, one second. Hold on. I'm like, Matt, I got to go. I got to pick up my daughter. Got to go. Hold on 1 second. It's like with the town hall meeting. I told him the town hall meeting last week with Susan Larkin and Stacey Coffin. I said, look, I'm glad that it's at 11 o'clock, but I got to be out of here by 12. And we got people out there asking questions. Joe's asking.
I'm getting credit for the questions I asked.
Asking questions
Sarah
at
and Vinny loved it.
11:56. Asking questions at 11:58. Like, guys, stop. All right, Matty B. What's going on with McCaffrey? You think this is a holdout coming up with Christian McCaffrey?
It sure sounds like it. Now, we haven't heard anything from Christian McCaffrey or McCaffrey's camp on this about whether it's a holdout or not. I mean, he had a very busy off season, including getting married. So there could be some personal matters that he's dealing with, and these are all voluntary. But it would make sense. And McCaffrey was essentially last year, when Saquon Barkley was dealing with contract issues, Josh Jacobs was a big storyline last offseason about how underpaid running backs are, and he took it upon himself to kind of become a spokesperson. I think he had a tweet that said, this is criminal, the way that running backs are treated and paid in this league. So it might be sort of a rising tide lifts all ships type of things, that if he can get a better deal, it will mean a better deal for a lot of running backs and maybe running backs in general. But I mean, when you look at the numbers and you look at what he makes versus what Deebo Samuel and what Ayuk is about to make, there's a wide gulf between wide receivers and running backs. And then you look at the production, yards, touches, and you realize how essential the running back is, especially to the Kyle Shanahan offense.
Well, you can't pay everyone everything that they want. There's got to be some sort of compromises here. How can they I know there's so many different capologists and stuff out there. How can they juggle all this? They just gave Jennings a new contract, Juwan Jennings. They have Deebo under contract for right now, and they want to extend Ayuk. Who knows with CMC? You got the Purdy thing lingering over everything. Can they afford all of them, even for just a year?
Yeah, they can, because, for example, Juwan Jennings gets a new deal done, and his cap number for this year goes down. So redoing these deals actually provide some immediate relief. The question is long term, and I think the thinking is that a lot of this will take care of itself. There will be some guys who move on. Trent Williams, no one knows how long he's going to play. It sure seems as if they're going to be saying goodbye to one of their big-time wide receivers next season, and in all likelihood, it's going to be Deebo Samuel. I don't know how many more years Kyle Juszczyk is going to play. So I think there will be some relief with people retiring, with people with outs in certain players' contracts and things like that. But to me, it's not even 2025. I mean, it's 26, 27, which is where you're sort of kicking the can down the road with the thought that, okay, the salary cap goes up every year. We're banking on it going up a certain percentage for 2027. That has to happen. And so far, it's been a steady rise and a bigger rise than anticipated each year. That's what the 49ers are banking on.
Matt Barrows here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game does a great job for The Athletic, covering the 49ers for a long time, formerly the Sacramento Bee, which that feels like a long time ago, considering how long you've been at The Athletic now, Matty B. This Ayuk situation, we've seen Deebo, the way he went about his business, going for a new contract, trying to get a new contract. We see how Nick Bosa did his, where he just held out and didn't come in until the week of the Pittsburgh Steelers game, week 1 last season. Is this Ayuk situation going to be the messiest of them all? Because Ayuk, he's doing a lot on social media. Hey, I'm not divvying up my food. I'm hungry. I'm not sharing my plate. We see him dancing every time a wide receiver signs a new deal. Is this one going to be the messiest one of them all when it comes to contract negotiations with one of these star players of the 49ers?
I don't know. I mean, Nick Bosa was signed literally days before the season opener, not the preseason opener, the regular season opener. So you have to beat that one. And Deebo's situation. I mean, Deebo Samuel called for a trade. That hasn't happened yet in the Ayuk situation. So messiness, I would say those two are the messiest. And the messiest of all, by the way, is the Michael Crabtree absurdity of 2009. Where he gets drafted and then makes the claim that, well, since he should have been drafted a lot higher, he deserved a bigger contract, and that one lasted until mid-season of his rookie year. So there's been some messiness. This probably isn't going to register in terms of messiness.
How's everybody looking at OTAs? The ones that are there. Like, I know Nick Bosa's inspiring teammates with his presence, which is hilarious. But how's Ricky Pearsall looking? How's Brock Purdy looking? Like, who's looking good?
Yeah, I was going to say Pearsall as the first guy. I mean, everybody's watching him because he's a first-round pick. He's getting a lot of reps. I mean, no Juwan Jennings, no Brandon Ayuk, Jacob Cowing, another rookie, was absent last week. He was back this week. But my point is that, Pearsall is going through the reps, getting a lot of reps with Brock Purdy, and he's showing up. I mean, he's making a lot of catches. And you see the reason why the 49ers drafted him. He's got really good movement skills. He's really good at shaking free of defenders. And the question is, when pads go on and they start playing more press coverage, which I think the 49ers are going to do more of this year, how well does he get off the line of scrimmage? Does he have the strength to get free? But so far, it hasn't been an issue. He's been one of the standouts. The other thing that catches your eye is that no Charvarius Ward, because he's recovering from his off-season core surgery.
Mm-hmm.
But there's been a lot of veteran cornerbacks. Diamador Lenore is out there. Isaac Yiadom is getting snaps with the first-team defense. Rock Yassin is getting worked in. Darrell Luter is getting worked in. Bernardo Green, the second-round pick, is getting worked in. This is as good a cornerback group from top to bottom as I've ever seen since I've been covering the 49ers, and that's since 2002. So a lot of talent. It'll be interesting to see where it all ends up when cut-down day comes at the end of August, because there are a lot of bodies at cornerback and a lot of experience at cornerback, and a lot of ways to sort of kind of divide those reps, figure out who's playing nickel, all that stuff. That's going to be one of the more interesting positions this spring and summer.
Real quick before we let you go, who's been playing the linebacker spot in place of Dre Greenlaw, and what's that looking like? Is it a D Winters? Is it what do you see at that other spot as Dre Greenlaw tries to recover from this Achilles tendon injury?
Yeah, I think it'll definitely be Devondre Campbell, the veteran that they brought in, the former Green Bay Packer, and I think that they like that position for the amount of time that Greenlaw is going to be out, which is probably going to be 4 weeks, the pup duration. And then Greenlaw comes back, and the hope is that it's Greenlaw and Warner for the rest of the season. But Campbell's been one of the there's probably half of the week one starters who have been out there. You're talking on defense, Campbell, Diamador Lenore, Jair Brown. Probably those are the guys on defense who have been out there consistently this spring. And then on offense, McKivitz and a couple of other guys along the offensive line. Deebo Samuel has been a standout in that regard. And, of course,
how's he look?
Matt,
not to cut you off. How's Deebo looking right now?
Deebo looks good. I should have mentioned him earlier. I mean, he's got the new slimming number 1 jersey, so it's hard to kind of gauge his weight because you're used to seeing him in the 19. And he's definitely not a small guy, but you can tell he's been working out this spring, and probably more so than he had been at this point a year ago. Remember, it was at this point a year ago that he met with Shanahan, and they looked at the 22 tape, and they didn't like what they saw. And then, Deebo went into the gym and was showing him the shirtless photos. That was all happening over the summer. I don't think there's a need to kind of show Shanahan that he's working hard, because he's showing him right now that he's in good shape.
Settle a debate for us as someone who covers sports for their living. If you were to narrow it down to three brands that represent American sports, what are the 3 for you?
3 brands?
In sports. Teams, franchises, logos, whatever.
Oh, I see. Well, I know this is going to go over like a ton of bricks, but the Dallas Cowboys would be one. New York Yankees, and then I would say, the Lakers.
Those are the 3 that I had. Yeah, I like that. The Yankees are playing the Giants this weekend, and we were just talking about the Yankee brand, and it doesn't feel as strong as it once was, but it still feels very strong.
Yeah, and I wasn't earlier today. We were talking about the Yankee hashtags. He goes, when I see that Yankee, and I think American. I was like, I don't. I just see New York. But they're a strong brand, on Matty B, and you're a strong brand as well. Covered in one of the strongest brands in the NFL, the San Francisco 49ers. Matty B, thanks so much for the time today.
All right, anytime, guys. Have a good day.
You too, Matt Barrows here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. What?
You're such a professional.
No, I'm not a professional.
Really?
I'm not a professional. There's nothing professional about me. I'm just well-rounded. That's all it is. French Open going on right now. Roland Garros. Clay courts. Rafael Nadal already out.
Night.
Osaka already out.
Out with the old, in with the new, Bonta. That's what they say.
It's good to know that Anna's listening right now.
Why is that? Hi, Anna.
Hi. You know what? Should I read what she just texted me? Should I read?
Is it about me?
No.
Okay.
I don't want to.
We already teased it. So.
I'm not going to do
Why do you do this? Should I read this?
No. Full chested.
Whoa.
So I did slide in the DMs to say hi.
Well, she didn't know that was. Whoa. Why would you play that?
That was Anna sliding into Bonte's phone.
No, don't do that.
You guys take things to so extremes.
No, why would you not? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Because she's hitting you up during the show.
A text message from Teixeira.
So I'm not going to.
No, this is an A-bomb from Anna.
I'm not going to say.
There we go, an A-bomb.
I'm not going to say anything about who it's about. But she just basically said in the last hour, and I just saw the message now. Within the last hour, somebody called and she said, "Flush this guy. He's terrible. I'm falling asleep. Boring." I'm not going to say who that's about, but it happened within the last hour and a half.
We've only had 2 people on the phone in the last hour and a half, so.
No, we've had some callers.
Yankees.
Let's just move on. Let's just move on. Let's move on. I shouldn't.
Talking about a legend.
I shouldn't have done that.
Anna, I love you. But
why would you say that about San Leandro Mo?
No, I'm not going to say that.
All right. Hey, check this out. This is San Leandro Mo, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasta.
Lucky us.
Oh,
so where do you want to go here? Do you want to go car sickness?
I'm just.
Or do you want to go Yankee brand?
Do you want to go Chris Sims? Talk about Brock Purdy, 17th grade quarterback?
Here's what I don't want to do. Here's what I don't want to do.
Do you want to talk about Champions League final tomorrow?
I'm learning.
Real Madrid versus Dortmund, Wembley Stadium.
Yay.
Let's go. Let's go, Dortmund. Beat Real Madrid. Let's go, Wembley. Let's go.
Name 3 players.
On Dortmund, I can't. I'm watching, though. I'm watching.
I love you.
One guy just had his finale at his home crowd. They honored him with Dortmund. They had the number 11 up there, and they waved the big flags in Dortmund. Dude, they're sick in Germany. That league is sick. Yeah. What do they call it, Spinoni? Bundesliga. Dude. And I didn't realize that Bayern Munich had won like 9 straight up until this season.
Yeah, they dominate. They're like the Warriors of the Kevin Durant years, where they just dominated.
They're like the Yankees in the 90s.
There you go. That's a better comp right there.
There you go.
Interesting.
There you go.
Spinoni, this Yankee conversation we were having, you feel me.
Yeah, well, I was talking about it on the pregame show this morning, 5 to 6, but because you mentioned it in the thread, when I think of, the Yankees, I think of America. Like that name. Well, the name Yankees is synonymous with America.
That's what I'm saying.
During the Civil
you're a
War,
Yankee.
During the Civil War, the Southerners called the Northerners Yankees. There you go.
Yeah.
Shout out
Philbo Mike, when you see Yankees, Philbo, do you think America? Do you think America and apple pie? Philbo Mike, what's happening? Good morning.
I do not think America. Matter of fact, I be hating on the New York Yankee fitted. When Mr. Fab wear the Yankee fitted, I be like, bro, what are you doing, bro? Stop. The SF fitted is the greatest fitted with the World Series championship logo on the side ever. I don't care about the color blue. That color blue, go crazy. I ain't gonna lie, that color blue is sick. It's up there, but. Our SF fitted is up there, man, and I don't think America. I think of New York. I think you're trying to be cool. I think of Mace, Harlem World Video, Diddy, all that. For real. And for whoever played, I'm signing to the DM, and Anna's listening. You're not a roaster. You're a noster.
Oh.
Whoever did that drop. You're
that
a
was
hater.
Me, Philmo. That was Spadoni. Hey, I'm on. Yeah, well, what's up, bro?
no wonder you come on at 5 o'clock. You're a noster.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that.
Hey, Philmo,
Don't do that, Philmo. Oh, no, keep Philmo alive.
Oh, he came up through the drain. How do you do that?
Hey, I'm joking, Spadoni. You know I love you, but I be calling, waking up at 5 a.m. like
backpedaling like he's in the 49ers secondary.
You could play in the secondary. Hey, Philmo Mike, real quick, though. You don't think of Indiana Jones. Dr. Jones with the Yankee hat on?
No.
Are you kidding me?
No. You know what I think of when I see the Yankee hat?
bro.
You know what I think of when I see the Yankee hat? I think of Jay-Z when he puts the brim over his eyes. Who could it be? With the new blue Yankee on. Who but me? I don't think America. I think of Jay-Z. I think of New York City. Nobody thinks about... Yeah, nobody thinks, oh, this is America. New York. We hate New York City. Go ahead, Philmo.
Nah, definitely. I love New York City.
You ever been to New York?
I envy New York for sure. Hey, but not Matt Burrows dropping the nuggy nuts, talking about the most loaded secondary he's seen since 2002 ever. Now, I want to talk about, man, if our secondary get raw, man, our secondary can start helping on our D-line.
You're not lying, Philmo. You're not lying at all about that one. You're not. New York City, the Yankees.
The term Yankee and its contracted form Yank have several interrelated meanings, all referring to people from the United States.
I tell you
I'm just saying, when you say you don't think of America, I'm just saying the term itself means people from America.
We hear that, but I don't think America.
I just want you to acknowledge it, Bonte.
No, I'm not acknowledging it. I don't walk around the street saying, I'm a Yankee. I'm a Yank. No.
No, that's what other people say about us.
We know what I say? I'm a Frisco native from Philmo.
People will
that's
say,
what I
the
am.
hell is that?
The hell I am. The hell with the Yankees in America. They ain't America. The damn Yankees. Please.
I'm just saying, people will call you a Yankee when you go to the United Kingdom.
How many championships they win when the league would have 15 teams in it? We want to start doing that like we do the Boston Celtics?
Not 5, not 6.
Get me started on the Yankees. I'll go on I empty the clip on the Yankees, hating on them.
They were 30 teams when they won, 4 out of 5 years. So, I get you're right. A lot of the championships were way back in the day, and that always. But they've won in every decade, but the 80s.
You ever been to New York City?
No.
New York's a great place to visit. Going in the summer.
Couldn't afford to go.
Why not?
I never had any money.
I mean, I was broke too. I mean, that's why you got to have friends.
Well, like
nice places.
We were talking about, Mo from San Leandro. My wife and I made a decision once we got together. We're not going anywhere. We're not buying anything. It's all about getting a home. So I missed out on a lot of traveling.
You can still travel. You can still travel. Still travel. Let's go to Chris and Modesto. Chris and Modesto.
Hey, Chris.
Wait, no. Let's go to my girl out in Oakland. It's time to get in the zone, baby. What's up, Tony?
Oh, Bonte, you're talking about brands. Do you know what the greatest brand will be? Luca's shoe should be the triple-double, and Adidas should put it out, because I don't like that wimpy Nike dude, okay? But that would take over the Air Jordan, the triple-double. And you wanted to speak a little more about the Mona Lisa? The Mona Lisa is in, everyone's looking for the perfect game, right?
Right.
And the Mona Lisa is in the perfect place. It's like Luca when he's on the court. Oh my God, he's a 25-year-old, but he's like your age, 40. When he's on that court, he's like in the perfect state. He knows where everyone is, what he should do, and he shares with everyone. He mixes it up with Snoop Dogg on the sideline.
Hey, how about that? Hey, Tony, how about that? Look at Doncic and Kyrie Irving headed to the NBA Finals. You want to talk about a zone? That zone in the first quarter, 20 points, and he's talking to the crowd saying, "Who's crying now?" What a zone, Tony. I want to be in that type of zone.
Yeah, this guy is going to be the greatest ever, and we get to watch.
Whoa. Luka Doncic is going to be the greatest ever? He already reminds me of Larry Bird. The greatest ever?
Yeah, I mean, look at when he's in the after show like you do, but you shouldn't be up with these guys in the after show with Sir Charles
I agree.
and Jackson. They're practically bowing. And then that small guy next to Sir Charles
Kitty Smith.
says,
Kitty Smith.
when I'm in the finals.
Tony, he is a two-time champion, Kitty Smith.
Well, yeah, but you know what? He goes to Luca. He says, well, you don't know, and you need someone to hold your hand. He said, for me, it's like my mother. And he asked Luca, who's you? And he goes, no. He goes, I go to myself.
Yeah, he sure did, Tony.
I
was watching. I was watching on that Inside the NBA post-game show. You're right. He said, it's me. We hold ourselves accountable, and we want to play defense. Defense. So who's your finals pick, Tony? Now that we're here, who you taking? Luka or the Celtics?
God, they're going to win in 4. You know what? Luka is a space conqueror, and you know what? They can take that energetic pattern right off of him. You know what? And then he enables them. You know what I'm saying? He does it, and then he shares with everyone, and he gives them the stuff.
I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about, Tony. Tony, you're on fire. I did not expect that take today.
The words of Keek the Snake. What you talking about?
I love Tony. That was a great call. She had a Luka take. Call him the triple-double. Woo! Maybe she should be Luka's agent. All right, let's get to Chris Modesto as he wants to talk about Yankees and America.
They're going to take over the stadium. We know this.
Well, everybody takes over the Giant Stadium these days. What is that?
The Rockies don't.
You've been sleeping on the Dodgers?
The Rockies don't.
The Rockies have no fans. Stop. Ain't nobody a Rocky fan. Denver, Colorado don't even claim the Rockies. Let's go, Chris. Trying to call them Colorado.
Hey, how's it going, guys? You know, I just wanted to share a brief experience. My first impression of the Yankees being tied in so closely with Americana. I was a young 20-year-old on a Liberty bus. I was in the Marine Corps. We were docked in Greece, the country of Greece. So we're on Liberty going to check out some sites, and I'm looking out the window of this bus, this tour bus, and I see like 1,000 people from the country of Greece protesting, and they're holding up a sign that says, "Go home, Yankees." And for the brief moment, I'm thinking, what? The Yankees are here in Greece like me? I was so excited. And then I realized, oh, wait a minute, they were protesting us. And so that's when I was like, wait, why do they associate the Yankees? And of course, the history of the Yankees, but I think there's a little bit of historical background as to why it's linked to Americana.
Gotcha.
I love
Great
that.
story.
Thank you for sharing your stories.
Good story. So when it comes to teams taking over ballparks, I mean, the Dodgers have been taking over Oracle Park for how many years? Yankees have taken over. Phillies fans took it over. That's not saying anything these days. Giants fans have been out on this team. They want to see a winner. They're waiting to see this team win. They're not going to the yard yet. I love Luis Matos and Ramos. That ain't making people pick up their credit card and say, oh, let me drive down to Oracle Park and go see these boys hit.
Well,
we're not there yet. Let's be careful. Not there yet.
Greg Johnson said they went from 19th in overall attendance the last year to
they're
through 2 months
right now.
to 7th.
They're 7th right now.
That's before the Yankees showed up.
That's 7th right now.
With one series against the Dodgers. So I don't know. I think that's that they're doing better. They are. They're absolutely doing better. And so I think you need to acknowledge that. And I think this weekend will be a Yankee invasion. I truly believe that.
Well, yeah, of course. It will be. There's going to be a lot of Yankee fans there. There's going to be a lot of Dodger fans.
Who's your favorite Yankee?
My favorite Yankee? No, it's not Jeter.
Who is it?
Is it Jeter? Jeter's one of my favorite Yankees. Yeah. He's one of my favorite Yankees. Reggie Jackson's one of my favorite Yankees. Thurman Munson's one of my favorite Yankees. I did love Bernie Williams. He doesn't get enough love.
Yeah.
Burn, baby, burn. Bernie Williams was special. But it's probably number 2. Derek Jeter, number 2. For some reason, Derek Jeter gets this weird hate. I don't know why. I don't know why he gets all this hate. Jeter was a great Yankee. Great New York Yankee.
I think the majority of people think he's one of the greatest players that they've ever seen. I think that there's the whole argument of like, is he overrated? If he'd done the same thing with the Brewers, which he didn't. He did it with the Yankees, and that means a lot more. It's like Troy Aikman with the Dallas Cowboys. Like if Troy had done those exact same things with the Vikings, I don't think he would have the haters that he has.
Matsui's your favorite Yankee?
No. Joe DiMaggio. I got his picture in the garage, hanging up from that my grandfather gave to me. It's him on Seal Stadium kneeling down with his brothers on either side of him. It's, that's my guy.
Started baseball.
Oh.
DiMaggio.
Such a classic.
This is great. This is good. We don't do this no more in sports.
No. What's better, this or Say Hey, Say Who, Say Willie?
Oh, that's a great song.
I got a better one than both.
You got the Sixers one?
I hate no. Get this crap off my no. I also will admit freely, and I'm getting texts about this guy right now. I truly believe Don Mattingly, because I liked Mattingly from the 80s days. I thought Don Mattingly was that dude. That was the card I always had. Don Mattingly.
He is really good.
And because I thought he looked like Tom Selleck. You see that? You see what I'm looking at? Yeah.
Can you go with can you find the Philadelphia 76ers fight song since we're going to Philadelphia? Philadelphia 76ers, they have a cool little song. I'm not going to lie. They have a cool little song. Also, there's another song that I was just going to, the Say Hey song too.
The Say Hey is the one that I want. That's
I want to hear,
or when the Giants come to town, it's bye, bye, baby. I don't even know if we're allowed to say that these days. Who knows?
Why aren't we not allowed to say that? Bye, bye, baby? We can't say bye, bye, baby?
I don't know. Who knows?
Bye,
what was the last great team song?
I don't know.
The 85 Bears? The Super Bowl Shuffle?
Yeah, I mean, we are the 49ers.
Oh, God, it's so bad. So bad, it's good.
It was bad. San Diego Superchargers.
The Miami Dolphin ones, when you're talking Super Bowl, it's Dolphins. Oh, that's a good one too.
That's a good one.
We
need more of that Joe. Why did we do that?
Well,
we got so lazy with nicknames and team songs. It is a lost art.
But
that's un-American.
No, I would agree. But this is more of a cultural musical conversation. Music now is digitally made, this is my opinion. I don't think we make albums the way we used to. It used to take 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 months to make an actual album.
Right.
You'd have to go back into the studio day after day after day after day. Now Drake can drop an album in 2 days. You know what I mean? Jay-Z dropped the Blueprint in 3 days. And they're classics. I'm not denying that, but you just don't get the creativity and the synergy and the authenticity of the analog era. That's my particular opinion.
No, you're right about that one. Last great song, E40's Warriors track. That's according to the Xfinity Mobile text line. Yup. Nope. Yup.
But that wasn't a Warrior song originally.
No, it was an E40 song.
Yeah, and he remixed it.
He remixed it. Remix. Let's go to our main man, Willem Morin. Willem Morin, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, real quick, I was actually surprised with the Giants' attendance. I went on Tuesday with my buddy to watch the Phillies win watch the Giants win in extras against the Phillies. And, Bonte, we were in the nosebleeds, and it was lightweight cracking up there. I was surprised. I thought we were going to be able to sneak down and get a little bit closer. That was not the case. It was not like buying nosebleeds at the A's and sneaking down. There were people. And obviously, I get it. Bryce Harper and people like that bring people to the yard, but there were people cheering, and here's the crazy thing. Philly did not take over. It was crazy. There was a ton of orange and black, and there was a ton of people rocking Chapman jerseys. So
wow.
It was pretty cool. Now with the Yankees, you're right. When I think Yankees, I don't think America. However, they are what the Patriots are to football. When there's a game in England, 90% of the people are wearing Patriots jerseys. When I go to Mexico and I give hand-me-downs to my cousins and stuff like that, the one thing that they want, they could care less about. I will have brand new Bulls, Mitchell and S hats. They want my cruddy New York Yankee one. They're like, no, we want the Yankee one. This is what we want. This is our fit. So I just think that when you win and you're the face of something for so long, you want it. It's kind of like the Yankees brand almost has the Jordan brand treatment. It's you don't necessarily want it because I didn't watch Jordan growing up. I was young, but I love his shoes. I rock them. They're really sick. They're really cool. Tinker did a great job. And I just think the logo, the NY, it's really simple. It's a nice navy blue with a white, and it just goes with a lot of things, and people like it. That's all.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Well,
have a great
you
weekend.
bring up the
I still owe you guys a round of golf. I still owe you a round of golf, so let's not forget about
all
that.
right, pass the tiempo, $500. No, I'm just teasing. Here's what I would say, though, about the Patriots. Let's see about how sustainable the Patriots thing is. Because I've seen the Steelers and the Packers and the Cowboys not win anything of significance for a long period of time, and those fan bases are still massive. The Niners haven't really won the big one in a long time. They've been wildly successful. I think the Patriots are in for a downturn here, and I'm very interested to see how they'll resonate in terms of sustainability. And if you're a Warrior fan, I'm not saying it's a like-for-like comp, but your rise to prominence and being a team that was the number one team and has elevated itself to a status in sports unforeseen prior to the arrival of Curry and championships. I wonder if there's going to be a similar, drop off for the Warriors. I don't know. I literally don't know.
I was thinking about that because Draymond on the Big Shaq podcast was talking about, nobody's going to bat an eye if Minnesota never wins an NBA championship, or nobody's going to bat an eye if OKC never wins a championship. If Indiana never wins a championship, nobody's going to bat an eye. Well, I would say that about the Warriors. If they hadn't won championships, would anybody have batted an eye if they had never won a championship? Well, they did win championships, but since 1975, there was a big drought. Nobody in the NBA world would have batted an eye.
If Kevin Durant did the exact same thing, but it was to the Lakers, no one would have said anything.
Nobody said anything. They would have been like, great, he's a Laker.
I truly believe that. I will go to my deathbed believing had everything gone down the same way, but it was the Lakers, the Curry rhetoric would be different. The Durant rhetoric would be different. Everything would be different.
Everything would be different. Everything.
Because they're supposed to win.
Will our final thoughts be different?
All right, my final thoughts.
Stare it out. I always like to give you the first thought. You always say you're the passenger, and you're not. We always say, well, you're the guest. What would you like? No, I'm kidding. I'm just having fun on a Friday.
We are having fun. My final thought is this. Guru, I love you, bud. Relax. We're just going to throw the ball around a little BP. It's not that serious. He's really excited and fired up. And I'm telling everybody, just relax.
Wow.
It's going to be fine. We're just throwing the ball around. We're going to have a good time this afternoon. I am really excited to see everybody.
Well, see, here's
I'm happy for Brock Purdy.
Big facts or big cap? I'm happy with Brock Purdy. Shasky said he's happy to see everybody. Big facts or big cap? I'll let the audience decide. Since we're on that notion, Guru's all excited about this softball game. I'm trying to think so 7:15 first pitch is a big difference. Phil 6:40, I was out of there quick. But 7:15 gives your boy a little more wiggle room. Because I'm going to keep it real and say big facts here. I'm not excited for a company picnic. I hate company picnics.
What is that?
Big facts. We're doing
we did a new game. It was incredible.
We had a new game planned for today, but we ran out of time.
Okay.
I'll reveal it to you since we didn't flush it out properly. But we're going to do a Streets of San Francisco trivia edition with Joe Shasky. And we're going to do this next Friday where we're going to ask him a question. It's going to be 4 questions. 4 questions. And it is going to be pop culture, landmarks, historical, and sports. There'll be 4 questions about the city of San Francisco.
Do you know what animal is on the flag of San Francisco?
We have a flag in San Francisco?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even know that.
Does anyone?
I'm kidding.
It's not even a real animal.
No, it's a fake animal.
Chupacabra?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's Jean Grey. It's Jean Grey.
Hey, that's 4 for your X-Men knowledge right there.
Come on, I watched the X-Men cartoon.
Hey, the new 97's good. I'm not going to give it away. It's
All
good.
you Star Wars fans, I love you. I do. I'm trying to watch Star Wars one day this summer. One day.
Gambit.
The cards. Oh, final thought. Yeah, go ahead, Spinoni. You love it. Real quick.
Initial thoughts on the NBA Finals. I'm still leaning Celtics, but I would love for Luka to win a title this year because he keeps talking that talk, and I love it. Let him drink his beer, by the way, too. Come on.
No, you say that for the finals.
He's got the dad bod. Let him rock it.
We don't drink beers over Western Conference championships. It's championship.
It was a beer with his dad.
Hey, Larry Bird drank beers after a Tuesday night game. What?
That's Larry Bird.
Clay did in the regular season.
I know.
Go ahead,
Luka
Sam.
is good. Luka's good.
My final thought is, man, you want to be locked in on the morning roast next week, especially at 7:30 to win this Steph Curry jersey. And Matt Nahigian sent out the prizes.
God.
I can't say what they are. Some pretty cool prizes you can win.
Can I just say, Sam, you're such a company man.
Oh, takes one to know one.
Yeah, it does.
The company Sam.
This company Sam.
That's a 2.
Both we guys.
It's a Friday, too.
Towing the company line. I was scared to rip Odyssey. Tell a little
Hey,
secrets.
Joe, thank you for going home and then coming back into the city for today. That'll be fun.
Tell a little secrets. Oh, Odyssey, what to do it. Little secrets. Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Guess what? You don't have to hear from us all weekend, but you will on Monday. We'll be back. But coming up next is Steiny Cool right here on 95.7 The Game.
But women.
want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Putting it work.
Together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yay! So I'll let you guys in on a little show secret. Every time Guru and I do a show together, before the show, Guru will usually say, "All right, Steiny, let's get it." And I'll mumble something usually. Okay. But today, you didn't say that.
I said, let's kick it.
You said, "All right, Steiny, let's knock it out of the park."
Yeah, there you go.
Well, do we have to?
Yeah, of course.
How about if we just
got the Yankees in town?
How about if we just move a guy from first to second? Do we have to try to hit a homer today?
Let's just keep the line moving. How about
just
that,
hit the
baby?
ball. Let's just get the
Shasky
runner.
and Bonte set the tone. Let's keep the line moving and hand it to Willard and Dibbs.
Look, we could get out of here with just a ground out to first, and the runner goes from second to third, and we got him over. That's a productive.
All right.
That's a productive at bat, and I think all our listeners would take it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, start. Go ahead, give it to me.
No, we got the company softball game today. I'm excited, and then Gotham Club Mike invited me to the game tonight. It may be Evan and I, but right now it might just be me, but I'm fired up to see the Yankees. Okay. And I'm jealous, just like I am of the Dodgers, of what the Yankees are and how they just throw money at their problems. Even if it doesn't work, wash, rinse, repeat. That's
not what I'm talking about. Go ahead. No, it's not what I'm talking about.
I got my bat in the trunk.
It's not what I'm talking about. So just go ahead and do it. Let's get it over with. I want to get it over with right off the bat. All y'all.
Oh, Minnesota. Steiny, you don't coach or play for them. We were rooting for you. They did a no-show. What was that? The moment,
I'll take the heat for about 5 minutes.
I had no idea where you were going. That wasn't even a game part. Well, they got it to 20. Boy.
Do people realize that if you can't make a shot, it doesn't look like you're trying? If you can't make a shot, you can be playing as hard as the hardest teams ever played, but it won't look like it.
Yeah, no doubt. Only thing I had my problem with that game is Ann Edwards walked off the court without giving kudos, but he did it when the cameras weren't rolling.
Yeah, I always give a guy a break at the end of a series like that.
Mm-hmm.
But, the Yankees are in town.
Man.
And when you say Yankees, what do you think? I don't even think I was going to do this, but I'll just throw it out. 888-957-9570. When you hear Yankees, what do you think?
Wow.
Yeah.
Just the evil empire is what I think. Again, I just said it, Steiny. Riches, wealth, jealousy, envy. It's everything that I want as a fan to root for. I want those principles that the Yankees, even under George, I would want my ownership to operate that way. And in a sense, looking at the Warriors this last decade, winning 4 rings, they operated that way. And when I look at them now, 20 games over 500, you got Soto, a guy that, was on the Giants' radar, but Aaron Judge was really on their radar. He played us. He tricked the Bay. We were doing, promos of why you should come here, and Willard and Dibbs were in Linden. But, all in all, Evan asked, would he get booed tonight, Steiny? And I hadn't even thought about it, Aaron Judge. This is his first time here, but the Giants got bigger fish to fry, right? Wade's hurt. Wade Jr.'s hurt, and you scored 2 runs in the last 19 innings. So you think he's going to get booed? Harper got booed every game, and Evan was right. I was like, okay, but he had history with Strickland and the Giants getting into it. So I'm curious to see how Judge will be treated when he steps up to the dish tonight.
I didn't really think of it either until Evan brought it up, but I think he'll get booed. I think he'll get booed. I don't know how.
He's one of the ones that got away, or the ones that the Bay wanted.
I mean, I don't think it'll be booed lustily. I don't think they'll cascading boos. Maybe I'm wrong, but
he's a little, he's like Klay Thompson, right? He ain't cocky like Bryce Harper, outgoing.
But conventional wisdom is that he absolutely, positively used the Giants to get more money out of the Yankees.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious. I got a bunch of questions for you out there today. 888-957-9570. There is something about the New York Yankees being in town. And we were talking before the show, and just so much stuff came up. One is, what do you think just when you hear Yankees? Is it just immediate dislike? The other thing is, are they the most disliked brand in all of sports? The New York Yankees. Do you hate them?
What if I told you I feel like the Dodgers and Yankees are tied? And I grew up watching Reggie hit 3 home runs in a World Series game against Steve Yeager, and the Dodgers and Yankees, they were like the Lakers and Celtics back in the day. So I think it's a tie, Stoney. To me, it's a tie. The Dodgers and Yankees, and to be honest with you, to put the right on the table early, they both operate the same. They throw money at their problems. They feel like they can go get Halle Berry or Beyonce or keep them. And that's what they did when you talk about Aaron Judge. You know, it's called leverage, Stoney. But when I saw him come out the restaurant or hotel here, I was like a rat. I took the cheese thinking he might change uniforms. And lo and behold, the Giants they're exciting right now, Stoney. But they're looking for their Aaron Judge, right? They're looking for their next Buster Posey, their face of the franchise. That's what I hate about it.
When I think of the New York Yankees, so much comes to mind. I think of my childhood. And I think about the love that I lost for baseball at some point over the years.
I would love to do a podcast on that. Go ahead.
When I was a kid, 12, 14, 15, I was a huge Yankee fan because they were on TV more than any other team.
Man.
And I fell in love with those Yankee teams, and I hated the Dodgers. I hated the Dodgers. I can still name you those Yankees lineups, but Yankees are in town tonight. And I'm thinking, boy, if you could just put that little kid's heart back in this big boy right here.
I think we're seeing it a little bit. You got a little extra juice.
I'd be out at the stadium for 3 days. Instead, I think of the Yankees, and I think, Steiny, what happened to your love of baseball? And it makes me introspective and not always gleeful. So there's something about the Yankees that makes me a little bit somber at 888-957-950. Because every franchise has a story behind them. And that story is going to dictate whether you like them or not. And I love the Yankees. And they say the opposite of love isn't hate. It's indifference.
I've never heard that one.
Yeah. And right now, I'm kind of indifferent about the New York Yankees.
Are you envious of what they have in regard to
how many World Series have they had in the last 20 years?
Gotcha.
I don't know. Hey, answer me.
I want to say 4.
The Yankees?
Yeah.
Evan, how many World Series have the Yankees won in the last 20 years?
1.
That's what I thought.
Feels like 4.
Well, wow. The Giants have won 3. So why would you be envious of the Yankees? The Giants have had more recent success than the Yankees.
Well, it's how they do their business. And like I said, retaining
Is it about the
Judge,
results?
It should be.
Huh?
And right now they're 39-19, 20 games over. They're off to a hell of a start, but Steiny, they're like the Dodgers. They throw money at their problems, even if it doesn't work. And that's why I'm envious, because I want to root for a team that had that, that mindset, that thought process. Hey, it may not work when we go get Steiny or Evan.
So the reality is
we'll try it again. We won't change what we're trying to do. And then you go get Juan Soto.
Really? That's the kind of team you want?
The ownership, yes.
Well, so
the Giants spent $300 million this offseason.
Right. But what I'm saying is the Giants aren't a team that throws money at their problems like the Yankees.
No doubt about it.
Right. So
and that's why I'm envious.
Well, I wouldn't be, because
What is throwing money at their problems gotten them?
Their
less
brand.
Success.
Yeah.
No,
But their brand.
their brand started in 1927.
But still, it still is what it is. It's actually grown.
Sure.
And I'm up here saying 4, it's 1, but that kind of goes to anytime there's a free agent out there, Steiny, you feel like the Yankees are one of the locales.
They are.
And there's something to that as a fan where you know you're in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even if you're coming off an unsuccessful season.
But
like
it's yielded nothing.
Yeah.
Virtually nothing. So I'm like, I guess what I'm saying
it's
is
yielded hope again.
Well, I'm more results based, and that's this. Like, I wouldn't rather be. Let's say I'm a Giants fan.
Yeah,
I wouldn't rather. And we're going to get into this with Greg Johnson, who did a podcast. He's the chairman of the San Francisco Giants. I would, believe it or not, I'd rather have a team. Okay, you got the Yankees. We go after every free agent.
Right.
And look, they were doing this back in the day when I was a kid. And I loved it. But I'm talking about right now. And I would rather root for a team that's got a strategy and that has a vision and that they build the team kind of around the ballpark and the area they're in. And when I think of the San Francisco Giants, to me, they should be the team that you like because they're a top 10 spending team, and now let's build a team around our ballpark, which they did in 10, 12, and 14. And it feels like they're starting to do that a little bit now with more of an emphasis on pitching.
What about the heartache of not getting the free agents that they went after? The Bryce Harper who just left.
There's no does Pittsburgh feel heartache?
No, they were never a player to get them.
Well, the Giants weren't really either. That's the point. I mean, who cares if
let's be real.
Like
as a station in the Bay, a lot of people thought Judge might come here. It's easy for you to say now that he was never coming. Come on, Stein. We were doing shows like, is this egg going to actually hatch and he be a San Francisco Giant? There was some of that momentum.
Right.
So there's pain when you don't close the deal.
But there were also half the people saying there's no chance at Aaron Judge. That he's going to go back, and he's just using the Giants to go back to the Yankees.
Well, I guess my point is the Giants haven't won one since 14.
And my point is the Yankees haven't won anything.
With all the big but they've gotten.
But wouldn't that make it worse? Wouldn't that make it worse in a way?
But then, do you get right back up and try it again? Do you change your course of action or your direction? No, they just keep doing it over and over again. Yeah. And then what's up with New York? If you have a bad season or two, and Boone's. I thought he was going to be gone a couple seasons ago, Steiny, but, they don't play in the sense that, you know what, we didn't win a World Series, you're out of here. Like, so there's that pressure.
If you had you would be a Yankee fan, a Laker fan, and
a Cowboy fan.
Yeah, and that's, I guess, what you are.
No, I'm not.
So
I'm a Warrior fan.
Well, they spend more money than anybody else.
A lot of their nucleus was the homegrown guys, and you got lucky with the trifecta, Dre, Klay, and Steph. My point is, I just can't believe you're fighting me on, and you may not be, on the envy of course, Steiny, I would like the 10, 12, 14 World Series and watch guys grow like we did with Belt, Crawford, and Posey. My point is, if you don't get it, it's not because your ownership couldn't close a deal or lure a free agent. That's what I'm talking about. And they have. And they keep doing it. Oh, Juan Soto, he's in the pinstripes. That's just what it is.
Yeah.
And under Farhan, tell me if I'm wrong, Giant fans have been getting excited about a possible free agent, and you hadn't closed the deal.
Well, I don't really believe that these deals were realistic. When I look back at every supposed big fish that got away, I actually I'm not heartbroken. I think there are reasons that guys don't come here, and every market has pluses and minuses, and you got to build around. If the Giants can't lure big boy free agents, then they better have a damn good farm system. Like, that's the way you got to try to skin that cat. If you have money, then you don't have to worry about your farm system, and you can go out and get proven players who are free agents. So when I look at the Giants, I just I like what they've done.
I do too.
Obviously not since 2016, but I feel like they're trying to get back to it at least a little bit with their pitching.
Yeah. And the $300 million that they spent. And that's what I told you. I expect them to be a playoff team, Steiny. They spent $300 million. We'll get into Greg Johnson's comments, but at the end of the day, they went shopping, and a large portion of their hope this season is predicated on the guys that they brought in. You look at Chapman, you're excited with what he's doing, and he's heating up at the plate, Steiny. He's got the gold glove, and that's a good signing. Snell, we're still waiting, but, man, I'm looking at the Giants like I tip my cap. Yeah, you didn't get the super-duper big fish, but you went shopping, and right now they're 2 games over 500.
All right, I'm going to ask Evan to play something that I think is a relevant part of this discussion. So Greg Johnson's the chairman of the San Francisco Giants, and he was interviewed recently by Tim Kawakami of The Athletic, and Tim Kawakami asked Greg Johnson a lot of pointed questions. And the one question centers on San Francisco Giants as a free agent destination and why they might be struggling signing big-name free agents. Here's what Greg Johnson said.
Yeah, I don't think that really, it's hard to say, but, at the end of the day, I think it's really more about the ballpark and just, home runs and ease of hitting home runs, going after those big players, the big home run hitters.
I absolutely, positively believe him. That's why I don't think anybody's come here. Like a Stanton, like
Bryce
a Harper,
who was frustrated.
Like Ohtani,
yeah,
like Judge. I do think it's the stadium. I don't really think it has anything to do with the city.
No, there's some merit to that.
So,
but you saw how frustrated Bryce was, and you can say, "Oh, Guru, it's baseball. It could have been any city, any stadium he was playing in." But I thought to myself, I'm curious to see as a team how many long balls the Yankees will hit, because the ball doesn't fly out of here like it does where they just left Anaheim or Los Angeles against the Angels. And I'm just wondering if that's why he was like, I could not play here 81 games. I would not want to try to hit here 81 games. How do you get past that?
Offhand, Evan, do you know, are 2 of the games day games? Saturday and Sunday day games, or Saturday?
7:05 Saturday night, tomorrow night.
So 2 night games, and then Sunday's got a day game. Let's jump in right away. Leroy is in. Leroy's in Oakland. What's up, Leroy? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, Steiny? What's up, Goo, man? Happy Friday, TGIF, guys.
Back at you.
Hey, real quick before I make my statement, I just want to say, hey, Goo, I remember last month I called, and the Giants were going into a series with the Colorado Rockies.
Okay.
And I was like, man, this is it for the Giants. Like, we were doing bad at that time, and I was like, man, we got to sweep this team, and we got to get on the high street, because whatever team loses this series are going to go into the tank in the division. And we must have been, and you agree with me, Goo, and this must have been their good luck charm, because they swept Colorado, and they've been on one ever since. So it's cool. The Giants are playing well, and me, Goo, I think we their good luck charm, man. Since we said that, they've been on one. But let me make my statement. I think why the Giants can't get a big fish, why people don't want to come here. I mean, it's been discussed. Oh, the city is crap. I'm from San Francisco. I'm a native, and the city is crap. The ballpark is not a home run friendly ballpark. I sat around and thought about it one day, and I was like, I think big fish don't want to come here because of the Dodgers. Because of the Dodgers that are in our division. They know the Dodgers are so dominant, and the Dodgers been kicking our butt for a while now, and teams are just like, man, I don't want to contend. I mean, big fish are like, I don't want to contend with the Dodgers. So I think that the Giants got to start kicking the Dodgers' butt, for a minute, start swinging back on the Dodgers before, big fish will, want to come here. So I think it's that. I think it's mostly that. They don't want to come here because of the Dodgers.
Interesting. You know what, you guys, thanks, Leroy. I appreciate the call. He's actually got, when Leroy was talking, I was listening, of course, but then it jarred another thing. It jarred another thing in my brain.
Which is?
And I thought of maybe another reason why some guys don't come here. See, I don't think you can ever say, no, guys don't come here. Well, some guys don't come here. Some guys don't want to come here. I don't think it's everybody. What do you think about this? Was it Barry Zito? Oh, Barry Zito and Kevin Durant. Barry Zito and Kevin Durant have made reference to one of the cool, quote-unquote, cool things about the Bay is that the people are kind of chill. And it's not like playing in New York. You can walk down the street and nobody really bothers you. And maybe, just maybe, the biggest of the big boys, Bryce Harper, Aaron Judge, Ohtani, maybe they're saying, you know what? I'll get lost in San Francisco. I won't be able to build my brand and reputation like I would with the Dodgers or the Yankees. I want to be the guy in the limelight 24/7. Wow. And that's just not the way it is out here. Even their championship teams, the Giants, as big as they were out here, Bumgarner, Posey, nationally, they didn't resonate like these guys.
Well, I'm not mad at that at all, Stoney, and that's why, again, we're talking about the fourth largest market. So Buster Posey was a household name, an MVP. Mad Bum did what he did in the playoff run. But my thing to that is that's why I use the word envy, because when you talk about those big markets, that comes with that.
I mean, I'm just wondering if it
because this ain't Minnesota, Stoney. This is San Francisco. This is the Greater Bay Area, and you know what I'm saying. So it ain't like you're in Pittsburgh. This is big time too. Yeah, maybe it's not L.A. or New York, but this is top four.
888-957-9570 is the number. It might be top four in terms of population, but is it top four in terms of reputation? Probably not. I mean, would you rather play in San Francisco or would you rather play like in Phoenix, in Arizona?
Yeah.
When we talk about baseball, I don't necessarily think that San Francisco trumps places like Phoenix, maybe even places in Texas when it comes to baseball.
But hearing Greg Johnson say, a guy that's running things here, talk about the ballpark, I think of guys like Jorge Soler. It's early, Stein. He's got 6 bombs. I don't know how many have been at third and king, but I wonder if he were right next to us right now, the difficulties, or did he underestimate how difficult it may be trying to get the ball over the fence here?
Well, no ball goes over the fence when you strike out.
No, I'm going to give you a 3.
But first of all, if you don't get a lot of offers and one team's offering you way more than any other team, like the Giants did, then you got to take your medicine and take the highest number contract you get, even though it might not be the best.
And he may end up with 30, stadium. But he's a perennial 30.
How many does he have now?
6.
He's not going to have 30.
Stein his way, or he can go on a little bench.
Then bet me.
That he won't have 30 bombs.
Correct. We're a third of the way through season. He's got 6.
I'll take that bet.
How much is it? 6 homers?
I'll take that bet.
He's going to get hurt again, too.
Well, see now, but I'll take that bet. He'll have 30.
Okay.
You like that, Evan? 30 homers for Soler? He's at 6 now, and he's not been...
if he plays a full season, he will hit 30.
Okay.
The question is if he plays a full season or not.
So he's already been hurt.
Right. Well, I'd consider a full season like 130 games.
Yeah. I like my odds on that one. Put it in the cap.
888-957-9570. Did I just make a bad bet?
Feels like it.
No, it doesn't.
Let's go.
You got to remember. Okay. We got to go. Yeah. We got to go, Goo.
All right.
When we come back, I got something to say about Soler. That'll keep him. That segment was sponsored by Fremont Bank.
For Fremont Bank, investing in our Bay Area communities is a #1 priority.